and welcome to Dumfries and Galloway's very first virtual environment fair. The environment fair has been going on for quite a long time, where we've been able to meet up and speak to everybody. But this year, unfortunately, we can't do that, so we decided to go virtual. Now, the Dumfries and Galloway Outdoor and Woodland Learning Group have been running the fair for the last couple of years, and we've just really loved the experience. So what we wanted to do was not give up, not cancel, but to learn some technology and go online instead. So we've got an absolutely fantastic day ready for you today. And there's so many different things. The people across Dumfries and Galloway, all the different organisations, have sent us in some absolutely wonderful videos, and I hope you really enjoy it. There's lots of interesting stuff. There's lots of fun stuff. And there's some things that you should be able to learn as well. We'll be doing some crafts, and we'll be doing some visits to places that you maybe can't go to right at the moment. There's some of the seashore, there's making shelters. Oh, there's all kinds of brilliant stuff coming up. But the very first thing that we're going to have is a video that people have been sending lots and lots of things in for. It's our Pass It On Stick video. People have been doing all kinds of crazy things, and we're just going to have a little look at that now. Enjoy the day. We've got a challenge for you. This is not a stick, it's a flute. What can you make it into?
This is not a stick, this is my conductor's baton for directing the beautiful bird song I hear every day.
This isn't a stick, they're chopsticks.
This is not a stick. This is a space rocket. Zoom, 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 zoom.
This isn't a stick, it's a wand, abracadabra.
This isn't a stick, this is a lightsaber.
Ooh, Bello.
The house.
Oof.
I've got a stick and it's my dog's favourite toy.
This isn't a stick, this is a microphone.
This is not a stick, it's a walking stick.
This isn't a stick, it's a spoon.
That's not that, this is a wallet.
This is not a stick, it's a rhino horn.
This is not a stick, this is a ninja sword. This isn't a stick, this is a knight spear. Oh. This isn't a stick, this is a lightsaber.
This isn't a stick, it's my pipe.
This isn't a stick, it's a pencil.
This isn't a stick, it's my other drumstick.
This is not a stick, it's a magic pencil. This is not a stick, this is a flower.
This is not a stick, this is a hobby horse. Yee-haw!
This is not a stick, it's a bowl.
This is not a stick, it's a kukubri scallop shell.
This is not a stick, it's a bone. And I'm gonna bury it.
isn't a stick. This is a guitar. Ding 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 ding. This isn't a stick. This is a magic wand. This isn't a stick. It's a hobby horse.
It's not a stick, it's an ice cream cone.
This is not a stick. It's an elephant.
I hope you all enjoyed our Stick Pass It On video there. I'm Tom. I'm one of the Countryside Rangers for the Southern Upland Way, which is a 212-mile long-distance path across Dumfries and Galloway and the Scottish borders. And I'm going to be doing a lot of the behind-the-scenes tech stuff today, so I hope it all works. We've got an exciting schedule coming up for the day, which is right here at 11 o'clock. We've got a whole section on outdoor learning, and this is going to include lots of how-to videos, as well as information about what's been happening in schools across the region. Then at 12 o'clock, we've got Spectacular Seashore. So we've got, again, how-to videos, activities. We've got people who've been down to the beach. We've got some beach art, lots of exciting stuff there. At 1 o'clock, we've got some wonderful woodlands. We've got some squirrels. We've got some videos put together by children. At 1:30, we've got some biosphere videos, including both the wildlife and landscape of the biosphere, as well as the dark skies of the biosphere. At 2 o'clock, we've got some wild well-being. So this is going to include some meditation, some ideas on how to look after yourself out in the countryside. At 2:20, we've got the adventurous art and colourful culture. So this, again, more how-to videos, more exciting activities for you to do, as well as some information on cultural stuff that's been happening around Dumfries and Galloway. At 3 o'clock, we've got wildlife on your doorstep. So this is the things that you can find just by going outside of your house. At the moment, we can't go far from our houses, so this will give us lots of information on what wildlife you can see without stepping far outside your door. Then at 3:45, we'll have a story, and at 4 o'clock, that's the end of the fair. So I hope you all enjoy it, and I think Simon is going to do a quick introduction to our first section of videos.
Simon McRae from Wonderwood Education here, and also a member of Dumfries and Galloway OWL group. As Tom says, there's a lot of how-to videos involved in this first section on outdoor learning. Okay, there'll be shelters, backyard cooking. We'll also be going wild with a transition group. We'll be learning to see what things look like through the eyes of the and we'll be exploring the potential of outdoor learning school grounds, which is really quite important in the next few months where we're thinking about a more blended way of learning. So we hope you enjoy it. So please comment with if you think it's great, if you've done things before, well, just anything really. We will just like to know how things are going. So grab yourself a cuppa and a biscuit, sit yourself down and enjoy. See ya.
Hi there, I'm Simon from Wonderwood Education. Today we are going to do some backwoods cooking in my back garden, and this is for the Virtual Environment Fair. So I hope you enjoy it, and well, you won't be able to taste it, but I certainly will. So before you do anything when it comes to lighting a fire, whether that be out in the woods or out in your back garden, okay, you need to make sure you have two things. You need to be prepared and you need to ensure that it's safe. Okay, so for preparation, I have everything with me that I need. Okay, Okay, so I am not going to need to leave this area. I'm going to light the fire, I'm going to do the cooking, and then I will stay where I am. Okay, I'll be working my way around the fire, but I do not need to leave the area. I'm going to think that if there are children running around, you need to ensure that that you can be always here, or another adult is always present to make sure that no one does get hurt. And also, when it comes to safety, anybody who's around the fire will need to be briefed on what to do, and that they can't touch the fire unless there's an adult, or they can't participate unless there's an adult that is telling them what to do. And also, if you have a fire, ensure it's in the right place. Now this is my back garden. Okay, I've had fires here for a number of years, and I'm comfortable that I'll not light a big fire. But I do have water, just in case things go a little bit awry. As you can see from the menu, that a lot of the food that we're going to be cooking today is fruit. Okay, so I've got our bananas, and our pears, our apples, and our oranges. Okay, so we'll be doing that, and we'll turn it something a little bit tasty, a little bit different. Ensure that that you keep an eye on it at all times. Okay. Now the fire that I've used is just natural wood. Don't use things like pallets or little fences, because it's not good, but you don't know what's in the chemicals. Okay. So the fire's lit, and this is where time that you can, when it's getting to its optimal cooking period, then you can prepare your food. Okay. So you can take your tin foil, put in your strips for your brownies and for your bananas. Okay, so okay, so you have them all here. Now, it's quite windy today. These will blow away, but it's good that I have a daughter that goes to that. So for the brownie mix, you can get any packet stuff. However, in case you've got your own favourite mix. I've just done a packet stuff that I've prepared beforehand, but you can do it in the forest, you can do it in the back garden, kids can get involved. It's a big fun activity because, well, everybody loves bacon. Okay, so this is something, again, you don't have to do it when the fire's going, you can do it just any time and just have it all prepared. Thanks. Do you love bacon?
Yeah! Yeah!
To do your orange brownie, okay, you take your orange and you cut it just a little bit off the top, probably more than 3/4. Okay, with a sharp knife. Now don't discard this part. Now you take this, just a little bowl and a spoon. Basically, you're just following out, okay, all your pulp. Now this can be reused at a later date in a fruit salad or as part of a drink or something. Okay, so just don't need to waste this. When we have it all coming out, as much as you can. Okay, now this is where kids can take part, they can help, depending on their ability. Okay, so once a lot of it out, okay, you can then grab your brownie mix. The brownie mix, fill it nice and gooey, it's great. So fill it up to 3/4 of this. Okay, so just gives it room to expand. Come to a nice size and size. Okay. I used my time for whilst the fire was burning down to a good level. Tin foil. Put the tin foil in. It is a bit of a windy day here. Okay, and I'll put the lid on top. And then we'll wrap the tin foil around it. Now, this will go into where the hot coals are, and the fire, and it should go in for about 30 minutes. Okay, so I'll just keep an eye on that. Okay, now, if kids are doing this, then you can use some tongs to fit them in, or use some gauntlet gloves, and then we can do the take part as well. Next up on our cooking, okay, is our banana surprise. Now I like to call it banana surprise because you can add anything you want into it. Okay, today we're just adding some milk chocolate. So again, carefully cut down the middle. Now, same as with knife use before, depending on what the young people can do, what you want. Okay, or you can pre-slice them all. So basically keeping the skin on the banana, okay, and you break in there. Now today, like I say, we're just using milk chocolate, but have used chippets before and all sorts of things that you can goo out. So you put them in nice and tight, ensure that so the chocolate eases and goods out. Then, okay, we'll wrap it thoroughly in the tin foil, prepared earlier when the fire is going. Place it on top of the coals, or again, depending on what, if the kids are doing it, then they place it. So what we're going to do now is we're going to try and see how our food is getting on. Okay, so this is the orange brownies. Okay, so we've got carefully, okay, pull the top back. Now that looks delicious. Okay. Okay, so super. Like that. Now melted, yeah, but then you can see all the orange juices seeping into the brownie. Okay, so that one looks super. Okay, so be careful where you place that, and then this one here. Okay, just double check on this one. Oh, again, this one looks superb as well. Nice and beautifully mixed in with the juices from the orange. And finally, our other piece that is on this is our banana and chocolate. Okay, so we're looking in there now, and again, it looks really melted in. Okay, like that. Do you want to retry these?
No.
No. Just like marshmallows. No, I like banana and the chocolate one far better than the orange one. So I will try this.
From the smooth. I don't like smoke from the pig.
That's true. Here we are. Lovely. Okay. So this is the final chocolate brownie mix. Okay, so it's full of lovely orange taste. Depending on the size of orange, obviously would depend on the size of brownie mixture you get inside it. Okay, but I thoroughly recommend it if you like orange and you like brownies. Now what we're going to focus on is our apples and pears. Okay, so here, as you can see, it's a lot of light brown sugar mixed in with cinnamon. Now I like cinnamon, so I put quite a lot in, but it's up to you and whoever you're with if you want to have a little bit or large. So what I'm going to do is make a sort of kebab where I'm going to put the pear on and the apple. Okay, a nice little fruit kebab. So it might not go down well, but as soon as they try it, I'm sure they'll like it. Okay, now this is really good because it's suitable for everyone who any allergies. We don't have to worry about marshmallows and gelatin. Okay, we just have natural fruit and natural sugar. Okay, so be generous with the on, and then we like to put it right on the flames here. Okay, again, when you're doing this with children, please be careful with the distance with the fire, how hot the fire is. Okay. Again, similar to s'mores and marshmallows and all sorts. Okay, kids like to see how hot they can get it, how burnt it can be, but we really don't need to be really burnt. Okay, as you can see, it really is starting to crisp up really nicely. Now we're wanting that hard coats on it, okay, but not too hard because we don't want to be too crunchy. But again, it's everybody's preference. Okay. You want to try it with the sugar on it? No, thank you. Okay. Got to say, this is my favourite thing on the fire. And finally, for every child's, well, most children's favourite thing on a fire is marshmallows. Okay, and again, we talked about the preference, everybody's preference, if they like it blackened, or some people like it light. But it's all about the safety as well, ensuring that it's not on fire when it reaches in someone's mouth, and that the kids are separated enough from it. Okay, so we're going to add a little bit different. I've got a nice chocolate biscuit that's been melted in the sun. Okay, so you make a nice little sandwich where you add 2 biscuits on top of the sandwich, squeeze it nicely, nice and tight, pull the stick out, and there you are. Okay, now I'm not going to eat this, I'm going to hand it over to my glamorous assistant. So thanks for joining us for our back garden cooking. I know that everything was very sweet, but everybody likes a bit of sweetness in their lives. Okay, so try different things with the kids. You can eat through it at the same time as have a nice campfire goodness, but as you can see, marshmallows seems to be the winner here. Now I'm going to go off and enjoy my brownies and my bananas. Thanks for joining, and get in touch if you would like to see anything else.
Hello, read it to me.
Okay.
Read it to me. Hello, we're in the woodland jungle. We can see how the insects see. Now, if you're an insect, you see all of these plants. These would be gigantic trees here, and if you can get in as small as an insect, then you must be like an ant or something. But I'm sure none of you could, because that would be weird. And plants. So you should ask your mum or dad if one of the plants can eat. So, Mum, if you move the camera, come on, guys, over here. So, can I pick a leaf of this plant? So is this one that you can eat? Mm-hmm. So this plant, I know it'd be weird because it's a leaf, and normally you can't eat leaves, but this time on this plant you can. What's it like?
What shape is it? Yeah.
And you see this plant, you could call it a love plant or a herb. You see it? Oops. Let's continue our insect journey through the woods. Ooh, this leaf feels really furry. An insect would never eat this. Maybe a caterpillar, but nah. Can't see no holes in it, so caterpillar wouldn't be in it. But this is a very odd thing. Everyone knows that nettles sting you, but hey, look, we're being filmed. But caterpillars eat through them. Come over here, Mum. I need the camera. Can you see in this leaf? Whoa! Careful, nettles. If you can see any holes, that means a caterpillar's been eating them. And you see this leaf? It's called wild garlic, and these little balls will probably grow into wild garlic.
Seeds.
Because these are seeds. And we do have the wild garlic leaves already. They're old ones. And these will be the biggest trees. Can I touch the leaves? Mm-hmm. For an insect. Can you see how tall them are? They go, whoa! The insects. But, Mum, can we show a sample of a tree for us and a tree for an insect?
Yeah.
So, this is a tree for the insect, and that's a tree for us. So we go right down now. Get into it. Ooh. That's the top. That's what an insect would call a tree. And we come up to this tree. Ooh. That's the top of that. So this is called Stinking Bob. And that's really weird. Because you see that pink flower? That's a flower from that Stinking Bob. Oh, that stinks. I hope you've enjoyed my little safari through the woods. Bye.
Galloway Learn Scheme is 5 years of concentrated and coordinated activity up and down the Kendie Valley in southwest Scotland. But a key part of that is allowing the example of the young people we've seen here today as part of this DGOWL project really feeling part of Galloway.
We had 3 events in Kirkcudbright and the Garrick and Reeve Estate on Castle Douglas, and we had 26 children attending the events, all learning to be more confident in the outdoors.
It was really important that what we were offering was an opportunity to encourage and show children how they can get out into wild places without needing lots of equipment, without having to go anywhere special with anyone special, so that they could really come away having felt that this was their place.
The river walk, there was one particular boy who, as we were marching on down, and he was a bit further behind, but he was determined that he was not going to give up. And I'd actually got out the river with somebody else at this point, and I asked him, do you want to come out? And he said, no, I'm determined, I'm going to carry on until the end. And that was just wonderful to see, and he said it with a big grin.
Oh, I just thought it was so wonderful. I mean, the fact that they did come as individuals. Towards the end, they were helping each other, they were suggesting things if someone was trying to do something as to how to do it and how to do it better. And yeah, the confidence that they built as well.
So what was wonderful to see was we talked about the Code of Conduct and the Scottish Outdoor Access Code. But the children had most of those things already, and they were demonstrating that respect and love and care for nature.
Engaging with nettles. So some people are scared of nettles. Most children already know that they sting. We actually armed them with the opportunity to, okay, you're probably going to get stung. So these are the plants that will heal this.
When you are able to demonstrate something or ask a child to do something, but consider the sort of risks or how to do something sensibly around it, the result being that they were able to lead an activity and get respect from their friends and then respect from us, and as a result we were able to step back and allow them to really experiment with the activity.
Molly came home every day discovering, explaining everything. Lots of new interests for her, although she does have activities outdoors quite a lot. This was of a different tangent, and it gave her a lot of more social integration. It helped them keep people in touch with their own communities and things of that nature.
She absolutely loved it. She came back all full of the things that she'd done, but she'd been in the water, you know, they'd been in Loch Ken, and they'd built this big den in the forest, and oh, she was absolutely full of it for ages.
The John Muir Awards were the perfect thing for us to use for this because they really echoed what we were trying to do. They're based on discovering, exploring, conserving and sharing. And throughout their time with Go Wild, the children did all 4 of these things.
It's awesome!
Hello, I'm freelance ranger Elizabeth Tyndall, and today I thought we'd make some shelters. The first knot that I'm going to show you is a good one for starting shelters. It's one that we can tie when we've got the rope not tied to anything else, and it's really strong and will work well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the rope round the tree, cross it over the top, so this is the short end going over the long end, and then bring it back so that we've got it right round, making a little eye, and then we're going to twist it once, twice, 3 times, and then we're going to snuggle it up to the tree, make sure it's nice and tight. If you've got a bigger tree, you might want to use another turn, but you should be okay. And you can see that that is really strong against the tree. The next knot we're going to do is the round turn and 2 half hitches. This is a really good knot to use when you already have your rope tied to something. So the first thing is the round turn. Make sure you keep the rope nice and tight. And here we are back where we started. So we've got a round turn where it crosses over itself again. We're taking the free end of a rope over the standing end and then up through the gap that we've made here. So this is the first of our half hitches. We want that nice and tight against the tree, keeping this rope nice and tight. We're going to do the same thing again, so we're going to have our free end going over our standing end, and then we've created a nice gap here, so we're going to take our rope through and we're going to snuggle that up to the tree as well. So that's our round turn and 2 half hitches. We've got our ridgeline now with the rope tied onto both trees. I've got a cover for it, which is a tarpaulin, but you could use a sheet or a blanket or anything else that you want. What I'm going to do now is to attach a guy rope, and I'm going to do this using one of the knots that we used earlier. So the first thing I'm going to do is pinch a little bit of the tarpaulin, use something like a little stone or this piece of beech nut here to put inside. I'm going to make it into a little parcel, twist it so it's like a little mushroom, and then I'm going to put my string around it. So I'm going to go around twice like I did before for the round turn, then over and through for one of the half hitches, and over and through again for the second half hitch. That's my knot there, so that's attached, and it means that I can string this up anywhere that I would like to put it. I can attach it to a stick as a tent peg, or I can do anything that really I want. I can lift it up so that it's on one of the other trees, or I can put it down towards the ground. So I have my little parcel, and what I need to do now is to attach the string down onto the ground. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a little loop. I'm going to bring it back over itself and up just to make that little loop. Put a stick through it, and that's our tent, so it's not going to blow away. I've attached the tarpaulin up into this tree. It's good. The sun hasn't come out, but the rain is kind of stopping, and it'd be nice to have some light and some air in my shelter. I've made my shelter, so it's now time to relax and enjoy it. Remember that you can make your shelters anywhere. You can make them in your garden, you can make them in a park, you could even make them in your house.
Hello, and welcome to Chukwuer Primary School, an eco-school green flag holder since 2011.
Let me show you around our wonderful playground, full of great opportunities and potential for outdoor and environmental learning. First, let me introduce you to the place we call the orchard. Although it's the closest area to the busy road, it's also one of the most biodiverse areas in the school, full of plants and trees and lots of beasties. Many of the trees in this area are as old as the school itself, and more recently we have planted fruit trees including apple and plum. This is a great place to let your imagination run wild. Maybe you want to go on a jungle adventure. Or maybe climb one of our fabulous trees. It's also a wonderful area to simply relax and enjoy the different sights, sounds, textures and smells. The spring and summer sees the garden full of bright blooms and sweet summer scents. Why not lie back, watch the clouds and take it all in, while we wait for a new school year to start so we can collect all the late summer fruits. Round the corner is the wildlife garden, which has even more types of trees and shrubs, and raised beds full of wild flowers. It's a wonderful place to go hunting for insects. It is also a lovely place to sit and read quietly, or to be inspired to do some creative writing or poetry. Who knows what you might find? All around the school you will find flowers, clovers and forget-me-nots that have grown wild, and others we have planted to attract wildlife, like buddleia and lavender. On one side of the school is a belt of land which is completely wild. In the summer term it is teeming with insects and bees. Beside it you can see our new polytunnel. We are all very excited to get it finished, clear out our vegetable beds and start growing and cooking with our own foods. But for now we'll let the nettles and thistles look after it for us. Let's continue over to our outdoor classroom. Also known as the chill zone, this area of the grounds has areas of meadow, marsh and hedgerow, and it is where we find most animals. As well as blackbirds, sparrows, pied wagtails, oyster catchers and many other birds flying about. You can also find lots of insects, common frogs and palmate newts in this area. You might even discover a hedgehog. Just lift up any stone or piece of timber and enter a fascinating world of mini beasts. Wander further down into our meadow and you will find our younger trees in our woodland, and at this time of year, a sea of dandelion clocks. Here, the trees and long grasses provide a great habitat for small mammals, birds, bees and grasshoppers. It's also a great space to play hide and seek. Finally, we have our willow den. Creep inside and pretend it's a house, a spaceship, or just a gang hut to hang out with friends. Although some parts of the grounds are concrete, we are starting to bring these to life with planters made from our own recycled plastics. And new areas which have been developed, like our nursery, are designed with nature in mind. I hope you've enjoyed this video as much as I've enjoyed making it. We are all really missing our school at the moment, but we know nature is probably having a great time without us.
Hi there, it's Simon from Wonderwoods Education. Okay, today we are going to be making a picture frame. Now with this picture frame you can put pictures in it, you can use it for all sorts of different activities. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is just pick 4 pieces of stick. Okay, now I picked these earlier, okay, whilst out on a walk. So there's 2 that are long. Okay, that'll go in the top and the bottom, or if you've got a bit of shape that you might need it to go at the sides, it's up to you. Okay, and then there's 2 shorter ones, again, that they could be at the side or can be at the top, depending on how you're going to do it. Now we'll attach these with 2 knots. One will be the clove hitch, that will start our main knot, which is called the square lashing. Okay, and we'll show some different activities of how we're going to start our square lashing. We'll take 2 sticks, put one on top of the other, and then we'll start our first knot, which is the clove hitch. Now we've seen this in other videos that we do. So put the rope over the bottom stick, so you'll run once, around twice. Okay, so creating that lovely cross, and then you put it underneath the cross, so it looks a little bit like the motorway bridge. Now we'll take the running rope over to the top of the top stick, underneath the bottom stick. So it's always over the top of the top stick and underneath the bottom stick. So you'll see the 2 lines here, and you won't see it at the other side. So round, and we're going to go round about 3 times on each stick. Always keeping it nice and tight. Do you see how I'm always holding one rope, pulling it tight, so I'm not really letting go of the rope. Now when we get round this time, okay, we're going to change it a little bit, wrapping it round between the 2 sticks. Okay, so this really just tightens the knot up further. Now, as you can see, we're just using orange paracord here. Now that's just to make it easier to see, but I'd normally just use twine for this sort of activity like I have done in the other corners. So to finish, you do your clove hitch again, so wrapping it around once, wrap it around twice to make the cross, and then through the middle, underneath, to finish. You can leave your picture frame like this. There's just a standard, not really changing it. You can use it for selfies, or kids can create different activities. Is to tie 2 further knots onto it, with another piece of string. So this could be put up on top of a wall, be a picture frame for an existing picture, or another way to utilise this picture frame is to wrap any piece of string, so it could be wool or just anything that you find, and then go for a little walk. See the things that you can find. There could be twigs, leaves. So I've just taken a brief walk around the garden and I've got some leaves. So I've got some pegs. Paper clips can be used as well. Okay, but couldn't find any paper clips, but I found a whole stack of pegs. Okay, so these can just be pegged there, and it could be like a journey that you've just had, and it'll be an experience that you can remember from the things that you've found. Okay, so that could be scattered there, or alternatively, you could use it as a put it up in your room and put pegs of pictures, things like that. Another way that you can do this with the stick is to create this area that could be a whole area for discovery. So the children could be looking there to see, oh, what do I find? I see some dandelion, I see some grass. But if this is out in the forest, the amount of discovery that you could use to find different things, spend a lot of time just finding out about the local area in that piece of ground, just the size of the rectangle. So this is the stick frame. Okay, hopefully you found some good uses to work with your kids with it. Okay, I find it's great because they get to go and find 4 sticks. So it could be anywhere. You can take the time to do that. They've got to find the size they want to make, choose the size they want to make. Then they've got to tie the knots. So it can be something that you can all work on together. And then the imagination is yours after that. It doesn't have to be a rectangle. It could be a square. It could be a triangle. Just a hexagon, whatever shape you want. And it's great for them to discover and use all the fine motor skills and just be imaginative. I'm Simon from Wonder Woods. Thanks for joining me.
What do you like most about forest?
I like being outdoors, and there's like no technology or not a lot of it here. The first person to capture the flag wins.
Yes!
Holding the steel flat on the magnesium and then pushing it away from you.
You can sit around a fire and eat marshmallows sometimes and banana with chocolate sometimes.
The dragon. It was a hungry dragon. It ate anything, wolves, chickens, even other dragons, but its favourite food was deer. And so it lived day by day eating. His name was Taliesin.
Deep in the forest, way beyond, lies a small, lively pond. Children playing all around, of course there is a lot of sound. No busy roads here or people shouting, no child is bored, no child is pouting. In forest school everyone is having fun, while they're learning in the sun. Kids flying past on a tree swing, or building fires in the early spring. No littering or buildings, just a natural place. You'd think it would be boring, but that's not the case. Games and learning all in one. You're so surprised where the time has gone. 3:30 the fun must come to an end. Sad goodbyes to all your friends. Taking away with you wonderful new skills. Thank you, Forest School, I can aim for the hills.
The sky is blue and the grass is green. The flowers are blooming. Yes, they are blooming, blooming with colour, them beautiful flowers. Everything has woke up at Forest School.
Thank you.
Land of the silver birch, home of the beaver, where still the mighty moose wanders at will. Blue lake and rocky shore, I shall return once more. Boom diddy I die, boom diddy I die, boom diddy I die, boom. And then there on a rocky ledge, I'll put my way close to the water's edge, silent and still. Blue lake and rocky shore, I shall return once more. Boom diddy I die, boom diddy I die, boom diddy I die, boom.
There we go. Yay! I think we can fit all the campfire. Guys, don't wreck the campfire.
Read your muscles. You can start saying
I'm really strong because I can lift up. I don't doubt it. Guys, look at me. I'm lifting up and down.
I'm with my guy. You and me.
I've got a best friend.
We made like a shelter with the snow, and it was actually really warm inside.
We'll just stay my house around the rain. Thank you.
to connect up with us, I just want to tell you a little bit about what our spectacular seashore is going to be. Hi, Mark.
Hi, Elizabeth. How are you?
So, not too bad, thank you. So we're going to have some beach art coming on. We've got the Eco Warriors who clean our beaches here in Dumfries and Galloway and do a wonderful job with that. I'm going to be making some shell necklaces, and I'm going to be making a shell mobile as well. So we have some identification of shells, because that's what we really need after looking at all those shells. And we're just going to have a wonderful day with this virtual environment fair, and I hope you're all enjoying it so far. So hi, Mark.
Hello, hi.
So introduce yourself and say who you are.
Sorry, Elizabeth, you're quite faint for me. I don't know if that's the same for anybody else who's listening, but I don't know if you can get close to the microphone.
Right, I'll try and do that.
I can just hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll predict.
Okay.
So welcome to the spectacular seashore section. Mark, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Oh yes, hi. Yeah, I'm a foraging teacher based in Galloway, and I teach for about 10 years. I've been teaching as my job about wild plants and mushrooms and seaweeds. And anything else that you can eat from the wild, really. The odd bit of shellfish, but mostly plants, fungi, and seaweeds. And that's what I do. It's been so it feels like a nice job.
Sounds like it, especially on a gorgeous day like this. It must be lovely to be at the beach.
Oh, gorgeous! Yeah, really lovely. But I was thinking of doing this from our veranda, but there's all sorts of contrast and Wi-Fi issues. You've obviously got a good signal where you are, but I'm actually sitting in my storeroom here, surrounded by all the concoctions that come from just basically being aware of what's in the hedgerows the whole time. So this is where I tend to do my video chats.
Ah, right, okay. I've decided to come out into the garden because it was actually quieter here, but I've got loads of birds and everything around me.
Yeah.
The bees buzzing, with the flowers behind me.
Yeah.
So tell me, what's good to eat at this time of year?
Oh, so much stuff all the time, but what's happening at this time of year really is all the kind of amazing stuff from the hedgerows and the forest that you get in kind of early spring. That kind of peaks out a little bit just now, and I'm just starting to turn my attention to the coast. There's just that seems to, it's nicely staggered, so that once we pass this kind of the prime time for woodland inland greens, then the coastal greens are just amazing at that point. So, and I'm actually just writing a wee thing there about how I think our ancestors, our hunter-gatherer ancestors, would probably have followed that very path, around about this time of year, and moved down onto the coast to really connect with all that greenery down on the shore. So that's where I'm at the moment, for sure.
Yeah, so they would be moving from one place to another, and the woodlands have been looking absolutely amazing. But I was down on the seashore doing my seashore necklace video, and it was just so beautiful down there.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about, if people were coming to a foraging event with you, what kinds of things would they expect to be doing? What would you be giving them?
Well, obviously a lot of things are changing for quite a lot of people just now, or have been, and so pre-COVID we would do all sorts. We would go out for maybe a 2 or 3 hour walk somewhere. Mostly I do a lot of events around Galloway because it's just amazing for foraging here, and I'm based here, but I kind of travel as well and all around Scotland. And we'd have a good chat, find out where everyone's at, drink some elderflower champagne or whatever's in season, and then just explore and see what's there. And I have routes planned out so people can learn, connect with the maximum amount of things that are useful and interesting to them. But we also freestyle it sometimes as well, and people just, what's this, and throw stuff up, yeah. And then at the end we normally have lots of tasters and stuff, all this stuff that's surrounding me now. So I try to bring things to life through. It's one thing learning about a plant; it's a slightly different thing knowing what to do with it and how to kind of how to bring that into your world a little bit more, So I have a big rucksack. Actually, that's my big heavy rucksack full of tasters. It's not been used for a little while now, so there'll be things starting to ferment in there, no doubt. And then normally at the end of the walks we have a cook-in as well and make some wild food in the woods or on the coast or wherever we are. And that's my general way of doing things. That's of course going to change. I'm just starting to now put my mind to taking. It's going to change the format in a way, but I think it's going to be lovely too in terms of just spend a bit more time with people really connecting deeply with fewer species and really focusing in their ID skills. I think, yeah.
It can be more of a one-to-one thing where you're really concentrating with talking with people. People are really learning as well, which is a good way to go.
Yeah. I mean, what I've been doing during lockdown is online mentoring. So that's kind of online mentoring for folk all over the country, and I've actually been really pleasantly surprised. I'm not big on the tech and staring at a screen like I'm sure most people, but it's been a really revelation that actually having an ongoing learning journey with people. So I see them, we have a little head-to-head every 2 weeks or so, and they have a list of questions, and they'll ping me photos on WhatsApp, and actually that journey with people, and it's everything from total novice foragers up to people who are teaching already for a living and just want to just get a bit more information, and then everything in between, and it's just absolutely lovely, and you really get to connect and really focus in on what people need. So I'm kind of thinking I'll keep on some of the online stuff, maybe more in winter and so on. But it's been a revelation to me. So yeah, thinking about different ways of teaching.
So speaking about online, we actually have a webinar from you shortly, and it sold out so quickly. It was amazing, and we're just getting a few cancellations now, so we're getting more people booked on.
Yeah.
But what can people expect from that kind of thing that you're doing? What kind of
well, I've just went out yesterday down to the salt marsh, so we're going. I've got a presentation planned out about that. Actually, that transhumance, I think, is probably the word that we're part of a line now of people of our ancestors that would have gone down to these places. So set the scene with that, and a lot of the things that we cultivated food-wise today are things that we would have eaten. We ate their ancestors from the wild a long time ago. Yeah. And we've not necessarily improved them. We've just made them grow in straight lines a little bit more. That's my thinking. So we'll talk a little bit about that, but it's really about drilling down into some species. But there's so much stuff around the coast. I decided I would just focus on the salt marsh. That's where I can get to really easily just now for me, and really look hard at maybe half a dozen plants of the salt marsh and around those areas, and because we're blessed with salt marsh in Galloway.
Yeah, I was the ranger for Wigtown Bay for a long time, and
right.
Salt marsh out on Wigtown Bay, round about the harbour there, is just one of my favourite places to be. And most people who know me know that mud is one of my big things.
Right.
I just think mud is so important. Maybe that would help people to safely get out into places like the estuaries and so on. Do you give advice on that?
Yeah. I mean, there is big salt marsh like we have, for example, in Wigtown Bay, and then there's little pockets of it. And I think it's the places to be wary of when you're out in those muddy channels and way out in the estuary. So there's definitely some thinking to do about that. But I actually find the species that are so prolific there, which kind of make up most of that area, there's little pockets of it behind the shore in lots of other areas as well. And I suspect, rather than yomping right out onto the salt marsh, which is a reserve as well for the birds and stuff, so it's actually, you can connect with it much more locally than that without making a special trip to a massive salt marsh, because these little habitats crop up in small areas here, there, and everywhere. So yeah. I'd love to pick your brain more about mud at some point, by the way.
Well, it is one of my favourite things.
Yeah.
And I take something called yucky mud walks, where we actually go out onto the mud and look at the creatures and so on that live there.
Oh,
of course,
amazing.
We have a little look at some of the salt marsh creatures in the pools and the salt marsh plants there. So I want to pick your brain for what you know about it all as well. So I think we definitely have to have another chat about this at some point.
It's one of these things. I think the foraging is about kind of opening up and making those connections. It's not just about eating. And I think what might look to the untrained eye like a big expanse of green. When you drill down into it, it's like all these creatures are living there, making their homes there, and then there's this amazing. I mean, I've had it with friends I've taken out onto sort of small areas of salt marsh, and as you show them different things, and this happens on my walks too, they're like, oh, and they can't stand anywhere because like, I'm treading on something absolutely delicious, you know. So that's a lot of fun. So yeah, we'll drill down into that today.
Yeah, and looking from Wigtown down onto the salt marsh, it just looks like a flat expanse, as you say. But when you actually get there, it's full of holes and hollows, and the different plants are living in different places on it.
Yeah.
So it's really nice from that point of view, actually getting to see things and getting to see things closely.
Yeah.
And I guess from your point of view of species identification, you really do have to look at things closely to make sure you know what you're using.
Absolutely, yes. And I mean, in general, once you actually get onto salt marsh proper, adapted plants, but of course, just as you get to the salt marsh, there's normally, certainly around Galloway, there's a wall of hemlock water dropwort that you have to kind of pass, and that's where all the freshwater springs are kind of coming down onto the salt marsh, where it starts. And you definitely need to be tuned into to that stuff. That's definitely quite exciting. And but once you're actually out there, we're talking about grasses and things that are really quite distinctive. So actually, you think it holds a lot less fear for novice foragers than potentially other areas. And of course, if you start talking about seaweed foraging, then that's amazing. That's like you can literally taste the seaweed. You don't need to know what it is, provided you're picking it around in UK waters, and it's clean water and it's a live seaweed. So yeah,
that is one of the things, isn't it? Seaweeds is one of your specialities too, and I do love my seaweeds. So it's something really nice to get out there. And I mean, foraging is great in the first place, but foraging and being at the seashore, I mean, you can't really beat it, can you?
Yeah.
So I was going to ask you, what's your, let's go for the seashore. What's your favourite thing if you were going to eat something at the seashore, fresh and just plucked out of the mud or...
out of the mud, right? Okay, because one of the things I'll be talking about in the webinar is the seashore is obviously lots of different habitats. There's not one seashore habitat, but if you're being specific to the mud, I would probably say sea aster. It's a lovely little member of the Asteraceae family with a mauve kind of daisy-like flower, and these just gloriously succulent leaves. Most people think about when they think about succulent coastal plants, because there's a commercial trade in marsh samphire, most people think about marsh samphire, but there are actually things that are possibly more delicious than that, and a little less work to pick, and incredibly abundant in some areas as well. So sea aster is remarkable and has a really long season of succulence and deliciousness. So yeah, I kind of a little bit of that in my diet keeps me going. Yeah.
Cool. And I tend to go for scurvy grass as something that when I go for my walks, it's easily recognisable. It's a really interesting taste for people as well. And the difference between young leaves and old leaves.
Scurvy grass is a really good example of the sort of seasonal changes in the flavours of wild plants. It's actually just too much for most people early on. I'm sure you've dished it out to people on your walks and just wait for that boom reaction, yeah. But actually, if you pick it in like September, October, November, it goes really mild again, and it's almost spinach-like at times. And so I really love that contrast. And if we have time in the webinar this afternoon, I've kind of got a lot to fit in. I normally I'm normally racing a little bit when I'm doing these things. But I'm planning to roll some wild sushi, and we use the scurvy grass, the little flowers, which are the more palatable bit, but still got that strong wasabi kind of flavour. And we just use that a little bit like wasabi. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Well, we're just running out of time, unfortunately. We didn't have much time for this, but it's great to have this little kind of insight into coastal foraging from you. And just to remind everybody, the rest of the Environment Fair is on live over on Facebook on our DGOWL our DGOWL Facebook pages and the Environment Facebook pages. And
I'm Fiona, one of the volunteers for D&G Eco Warriors, but also one of the co-founders. So would you like the opportunity to visit our local coastline? Are you passionate about making a difference to the environment? Maybe you want to try something new or meet new people? Do you enjoy being outdoors in all weathers but feel you'd like to be outdoors more? So when we're at the beach cleans, it's not just about clearing the rubbish. It's about exploring, learning, having fun. Be yourself, keeping active, sharing an interest and working together. And together we can make a difference. So if you'd like to get involved in one of our beach cleaning events, we have an email which is dgecowarriors@gmail.com. We also have our website which is dgecowarriors.co.uk, and we have our Facebook page which is D&G Eco Warriors. So all of our information will be on them, also on Instagram and Twitter. So we look forward to welcoming you back to the beach soon. Thanks, bye.
Hi, it's Lucia, and I'm going to teach you some yoga today, some sea yoga, and I hope you join in and enjoy it. Thank you. Okay. So first, you do the jellyfish. Oh, yeah. Put your feet on the ground and wiggle your fingers, and then for the shark, you go on the ground and wiggle your fingers. And now, for the dolphin, go put your hands down and stay on your feet, like that. And then, for the crab, it's crawling on the floor, easy. And now, for the really tricky one, is the turtle. So you put one leg out here, like that, one over here, and you're in here at the turtle. Bye! Thank you for joining in!
Hi, my name is Benny and I'm one of the volunteers at D&G Eco Warriors, and I'm just going to tell you about a couple of the things that we found while we've been doing our beach cleans. So we found quite a lot of really old things. So we found yogurt pots from the 1940s and crisp packets from the 1970s on a couple of the beaches in Dumfries and Galloway. And one of the most exciting things we found was a geocache that came all the way from Australia, which is a koala bear. So our plans are, when we go on our holidays, we're going to take this with us and we are going to place it in a different country to where we found it, because the geocache is trying to get from Australia all the way around the world and then back to Australia. So that's one of the most interesting things that we found while we've been doing our beach cleans, along with the yogurt pots and the crisp packets that are really old, and you can still tell that they are crisp packets and yogurt pots. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Lottie from Eco Warriors. I'm also a co-founder. Our group set up because we were noticing lots of like marine debris and litter and plastic on local beaches such as Southerness, Mullock Bay, Brighouse Bay, and we just really wanted to do something about this to help clean our local beaches and help protect our local wildlife. So we came together and we did a beach clean in January 2018, and it was so successful that evening we went home, we were like, right, let's make a group of this. It's such a community feel, and people really clearly want to help the local wildlife, and also it was a really good timing because this was the time Blue Planet came out, so people were really starting to become aware of the plastic pollution crisis, and we just want to get as many people involved as possible, and for the community to come together and do something great for our local environment.
Hi guys, I am Laura from the D&G Eco Warriors Beach Cleans. I'm one of the co-founders. We're doing this little bit of videoing to tell you different things about the Eco Warriors, which would be great in case some of you don't know who we are. So a little bit about the Eco Warriors is we started with a beach clean back in January 2018. We just got together to try and make a difference with the rubbish in some of the beaches that are washed up. It grew, I think it was about 80 odd people that turned up the first one. We decided to give it a chance to find out if we rolled out some more beach cleans, how we would go. It grew from strength to strength. The reasons why we keep doing what we're doing, because we've got a passion to make a difference. We want to help marine wildlife. We want to try and reduce the amount of waste that's washed up, make a difference, recycling, sustainability. We want to educate the next generation so they can continue to do the good work that we intended to start. So we try and encourage people to come along, get some exercise, see all the local beaches, get to meet other people, a positive mental health, a learning experience, and a community spirit. So I'm sure that everybody enjoys coming along. We have a lot of regulars that keep coming along, and we just love what we're doing. It's been a bit difficult lately with the lockdown because we're all missing the beaches and missing communicating and the banter with other people. So yeah, so that's a bit about us, and you'll meet some other team shortly in these videos too. So yeah, take care. Speak to you soon.
Hello, I'm Ron. I'm a member of Dumfries and Galloway Eco Warriors. I joined the group about 18 months ago. I initially joined because I wanted to get involved in a community group that helped the environment. And it's a brilliant way to see the Dumfries and Galloway coastline, and the group are really supportive, really friendly, very welcoming. I recommend anyone to come and join us. Just have a look at what we do. I'm sure you'll really enjoy it. And the sense of achievement when you leave the beach, look at the amount of rubbish we've collected, and we know we're making some impact on the coastline. Really do have a look at it, what we do, and come and join us. Thank you.
Hello seaside, hello landslide, goodbye seashells beneath the tide. A smile on my face, my footsteps in the sand. The tide washes away, footsteps are lost to the sea.
Sebastian, what is your favourite thing about doing the beach cleans with the Eco Warriors? What's your favourite thing?
Tidy up the plastic.
To tidy up the plastic, that's right. And what kind of strange things have we found at the beach? Can you remember anything?
A bottle.
A bottle, yeah. What else have we found?
A treasure chest.
A chest freezer. That's right, and we found some little green army men. Do you remember those? And one time we found a Fitbit, and it wasn't working, but we did manage to plug it into the computer. And the guy was 6'2", and I can't remember how old he was. Was he? I think he was like early 40s.
This phone's something. It's a warrior riddle.
Hello, seaside. Hello, landslide. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Lucy and I am an eco-warrior volunteer, and we pick rubbish off the beaches, like plastic bags, netting, yogurt pots and plastic bottles, crisp packets. And it's really important to clean the beaches because animals might not feel well or they might die. And you don't put your rubbish on the floor. Take it home or put it in the bin. Bye!
Today I've come down to the sea. To an estuary, in fact, Wigtown Bay. It's a beautiful place where the river meets the sea. There's lots of mud, and one of the really important things for today is that there are lots of shells. These shells are mostly cockle shells. I thought today I would show you how to make a shell necklace. On a beach like this, the shells crash together and crash against the rocks, so quite often they have holes in them. And these mean that you can use them and string them to make things with. And sometimes you'll be on a beach maybe where there aren't holes in all your shells, but you can make holes. So if you're careful and you hold the shell so that it has the inside upwards and get something like a nail and then give it just a quick tap, you'll see that it creates a hole on it. And it's something that you have to be careful, of course, that you've not got your fingers when you're hitting. Now that one didn't work, so not all of them work, but you can give it a go and see if you can manage to make holes in the ones that you like particularly. You can see I've created a hole in this one, so we can get lots and lots with holes in. If we have other shapes of shells, like these mussel shells, so these ones of course are cockle shells, these ones like the mussel shells, they're bivalves too, so they have two shells. Let's see if we can make a hole in this one. It's a little bit harder, but I'm sure that we can. Let's give it another go. Oh, yeah, there we go. We've got a nice little hole in that now. So we can have different kinds of shells on our necklace. Oh, that one smashed differently. I don't think we're going to be able to use that one. We have to be really careful if there's any kind of sharp bits on them. Let's see if we can find another mussel shell. We'll give this one a go. I think we'll just give it a little tap here. It's already got a little hole in it. There we go. So we've got one like that. So the cockle shells, we can just give them a tap, and it's particularly good to do at this kind of hinge area. So we've gathered a few shells and we've made holes in a few others. So now it's time to make our necklace. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get some wool. And I'm going to start tying my shells onto the wool. I'm going to find a kind of central point to start with, so I'm going to loop it over so that we've got the two ends together and we've got a loop here in the middle. And you can choose to do things in lots of different ways, but what I find is a good way to do this is to actually take the loop and put it through, then push the shell through the loop, and that attaches it onto the piece of wool. It's a good way of doing it, and it means that we can add them so that they're kind of evenly spaced around as well. So that what we can do is we can then maybe decide that we want the mussel shells beside it. So again, we'll make a little loop, we'll put the loop through the shell. Let's see if I can get it through this one. Oh, I'm going to have to twist it a little bit to make sure it's going to go through. And then if you remember what we did, we put the shell through the loop. And that means that we can pull that so that it's on the other side of our big cockle shell here. I'm going to use one of the others on the other side so that we've kind of got two mussel shells and a cockle shell. I've added a few more shells to my necklace, so I think I need to actually finish it off now. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put something at this end as a kind of catch. So I'm going to make a little loop and put it through one of the bigger cockle shells so that it's going through there, and that's attached to one end, and on the other end I'm going to make a loop. So what I need to do is I need to fold it over itself, get the loop twisted through so it comes through this gap here, pull it nice and tight, and hopefully I've made it big enough for this shell to go through that loop, and that means that the necklace is all together and I can start wearing it. It looks beautiful!
Hello, my name is Jim Logan and I am a marine biologist. I live near the Solway coast in the Dumfries and Galloway. If you're interested in seashells, the coast of Dumfries and Galloway is a fantastic location for shell collecting. It's a long and varied coastline. Although it is only about 84 miles from Gretna to the Mull of Galloway as the crow flies, inlets, bays and estuaries mean that the shoreline from Dumfries and Galloway is over 300 miles long. My wife Pauline and I have been collecting shells along the beach here for the last 17 years and have found over 100 different species of shell, and on any visit to a beach we always find between 15 and 30 different shells. I'm going to tell you about some of the most common shells that you will find here. First of all, I'll talk about some of the live animals that you'll find living in shells on the beach. Probably the most common one you find are the winkles. This is the edible winkle, and it lives in the middle of the shore, grazing on rocks. All these snail-like ones, which are called gastropods, gastro meaning tummy, pod meaning foot, because they've got a large foot there and most of the rest of the body tucked up in there is involved in digestion. So they live about the middle of the shore, grazing on the algae on the rocks. They do this with a long tongue which is covered in teeth, and what it does is it rasps away at the algae as it moves along over the rocks. And if you try licking a rock, you'll find your tongue wears down fairly quickly. And the same thing happens with these gastropods. As they lick on the rock, the tongue wears down, but it's always being reproduced from inside. As I say, the edible winkle lives at the middle of the beach. Above it, there's a smaller winkle, this one, which is the rough winkle. And the rough winkle lives a little bit further up the beach. And right down at the bottom of the beach, you get the flat winkle. It can be separated from the rough winkle because it has got a very flat top to it, whereas the rough winkle has got more of a spire to it. All three live on the beach, grazing on the algae on the rocks. The flat winkle, however, lives down at the bottom of the beach, tucked in among seaweed, because it doesn't survive being dried out for very long. Another gastropod that lives on the beach is the limpet. It may not look like a snail, but it is. It starts off as a little cone, and it's just too lazy to develop into the spiral, so it just grows like that. And these are, the Latin name for these is patella, which is also the name for your kneecap, and you think you can see why it's called that. It's got a large muscular foot in there, and it clamps onto the rock and holds very firmly. When the tide is out, it holds on very firmly to the rock, clamped on, and when the tide comes in, it starts to move around, grazing on the algae on the rocks, licking at it with its tongue with the teeth on it. At the end, when the tide's going out again, it moves back to the place it started, and there it settles down exactly on the place where it left, and it does a little wriggle like that, which grinds the edge of the shell against the rock, If it's a soft rock, it'll grind a little groove, and if it's a hard rock, it will shape the edge of the shell, so it is a perfect fit. This means that when the tide is out, it can sit there slightly raised up with water between itself and the shell, and that allows it to exchange carbon dioxide and oxygen, so it can still continue to breathe even though the tide is out. But should it get disturbed at all, it will clamp down hard onto the rock, and you'll find this if you go along and try and knock off any of these limpets. If you surprise it while it's still raised up, it'll come away fairly easily, but if you once touch it or give any indication, it will then clamp down very hard on it. Another live animal you'll find on the rocky shores is the dog whelk. This is a dog whelk, and these are different from the others in that they are carnivorous. They feed on other animals, mainly mainly barnacles or mussels. Barnacles are easy enough, they just prise open the little flaps at the top of the barnacle and push their proboscis, their tongue into there, and gouge out the animal. With the mussels, it's a bit more difficult. What they do is they settle on top of the mussel and they drill away with their tongue. It can take a day, 2 days, something like that. Eventually it drills a hole through the shell of the mussel, and then it sticks its tongue in through the hole and eats out the meat inside. The other gastropods that you get washed up, we're now moving on to shells washed up on the beach, and the other ones include things like the little tower shell. This is the tower shell, and it has more common names than any other shell. It's called the tower shell because it looks like that, but it's also called unicorn horn, carrot shell, ice cream cone, or the auger shell. Auger because it looks like it's a drill for boring in. Another shell that you'll find on the beach is this one here, the buxonum or whelk, and the whelk is about the largest shell you're likely to come across, and it's the one that if you hold it to your ear you're supposed to hear the sea. Oh, just about can. Right. The only one that can be confused with that is this one, which is the spindle shell. A spindle shell, but it has got a very smooth shell, whereas the buxom is all covered in ridges. And you may find something like this on the beach. These are the eggs of the whelk. They're usually empty at this stage, and if you look, there are small holes drilled in each of them. Each of these capsules used to contain anything up to about 100 eggs, and about 10% of the eggs actually had larvae inside them. And the larvae would eat all the yolk in its own egg, drill through into the next egg, eat all the yolk in that, drill through into the next egg, and so on and so forth. These things are known as sailor sponges, or by the kids around here, monkey brains. Another shell that's very much favoured with the kids around here is the pelican's foot shell. And the pelican's foot shell has got this odd growth round it which resembles a pelican's foot. It's useful because this lives down below the low water mark, and it crawls around on the beach, on the shore underneath the water, when this helps to prevent it sinking in. It also gives it some protection against predation. The other type of shell you get are the bivalves. I mentioned the mussels before. Bivalves are so called because they are two shells or two valves. The mussels are unusual in these bivalves in that they attach to rocks. The animal, when it settles on the rock, sticks out its foot, presses it against the rock, pulls it back, leaving behind it a sticky sort of substance which hardens into a very tough string. It then does that in all different directions till it's anchored there, rather like a tent with guide ropes, and it protects it no matter which way the waves buffet it, and it can hold on very firmly. If it does get washed off and comes up against a rock, it can make the guide ropes again. Move on to the other bivalves. You're unlikely to find them on the beach as living animals, but you will find lots of shells washed up there. One of the commonest are the cockles. are there, these two shells like that, and inside the animal has two tubes going out at one end of it, and it sucks in water through one of the tubes. It passes over the gills and comes out the other tube. When it's going over the gills, the animal extracts the oxygen and releases carbon dioxide, breathing it basically, but it also has very sticky substance on the gills which traps any small animals or plants, the plankton, on the gills, and then every now and then poulp moves across the gills, scooping all this and putting it into its mouth. Lives just below the sand with the two tubes sticking up out of the sand so that it can breathe. An interesting thing about the cockles is that you can tell the age of them very easily. They have various rings, growth rings on them. So this one has got one there, a second one, two, third one's there, and then they get very close together above 3 years old, because for the first 3 years all the energy goes into growing, but beyond that then they're using the energy for reproducing, so that the less energy is going into growing and much more into producing eggs and sperm. Excuse me. There is one other type of cockle to be found on the beaches around here, and that's the prickly cockle. This has little studs all over it and very more defined ribs than the standard cockle, and it also tends to be larger. It occurs well below the low water mark. We then move on to various very small shells. One that occurs widely around here is the trough shell, spizula. They live just below the surface of the sand. They stick the two tubes up into the water, drawing in the water and extracting any plankton from it. Another one is the Baltic telin. This is the Baltic telin, a very small shell. It's known by the local kids. If it's a closed one like that, it's known as a dolly's handbag. But if they find them open like that, they're known as mermaids' brassiers. One very obvious shell that you'll find around on the shores is the razor shell, this one here. It lives buried in the sand and just below the surface again, and you'll tell where they are because there's a small oval groove in the sand. They can descend very quickly into the sand if they're disturbed. If you try and dig them out, they can actually burrow down almost faster than you can dig. What happens is it pushes its foot down into the sand, the end of it swells up to act like an anchor, and then it retracts very suddenly, pulling itself down into the sand. If you want to catch them, the best way is when you come along and you see the little oval mark in the sand, take some salt, common or garden salt, and drop it down on top. This is quite used to salt in seawater, but this is a very strong concentration, and it goes and tries to climb out. And when it climbs up a bit, grab it and pull it out, and then you'll have a razor shell. I have difficulty with modern kids, in fact even some modern adults, explaining why it's called a razor shell. It's called so after the old-fashioned cutthroat razor. This one I have blunted very carefully just in case kids pick it up, but you can see the resemblance between the two. And that is a guide to some of the commoner seashells. There are others, as I said, we've found over 100 here, but I hope this will give you some introduction to the seashells of Dumfries and Galloway.
I'm still down here at the beach. It's fantastic, it just looks absolutely beautiful today. And I've been out and I've looked for a few sticks, and I thought these could really make me something nice as well. So I've cut myself a few pieces of wool, different colours, and I'm going to use those along with my stick and make myself a little mobile. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I found a stick that has these holes in it, and I thought, oh, that is fantastic. I'm going to push the piece of wool. I might need a little help with this. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to push the piece of wool through the hole so that I've got it tied onto the stick. It makes it really, really easy to tie it on. I could, of course, put the piece of wool right round the hole of the stick, like this. And you can see I've just pushed the wool through, and I'm going to make it so that it hangs down at the bottom here. Oh, and there's another hole at this side, so I'm going to put this piece of wool through there. Here we go. And that means I've got 3 bits of wool kind of dangling from my stick. What I'm going to do is then I'm going to find some of these shells, and I'm going to start putting them on where my stick is and pushing them through the loops so that I keep attaching them, and it's going to make a little shell mobile. So let's loop it over, push it through the shell, and then push the shell through that loop, and there we go. We're starting to get some hanging from my piece of stick. Here we go. So we've got a few kind of dangling from there at the moment. I'm going to go and see if I can find some others, and yeah, see what I can put onto my stick here. I've almost finished my mobile now. The last thing I have to do is to put a hanger onto it. So I have to try and find where the centre point is, where it will balance. So I just balance it on my finger and see where it balances, and then I'm going to use a loop of string here and put that loop around the stick. Now I might have to adjust it a little bit, but you can see how easy that would be to move again. So I'm then going to go to the other end of my piece of string here, and I'm going to tie a knot in it. So I'm going to put it over my finger, I'm going to put it round itself, and then put it up through where my finger was. And that means that I've got a knot so that I can hang this. And to be honest, it's also a good idea to put a second one in so it doesn't slip around very much. So I'm going to loop it over my finger again. I'm going to put it round, put it back through where the hole was, where my finger was, and tie it there. And then I can put that up somewhere so that I can hang my mobile. It's looking good. I've had a lovely day down here at the shore. It's been great being here and making things like my shell necklace. I've got my mobile too, and I'm really looking forward to seeing this up in my garden. I think it's going to look absolutely great, and the jangly noise will be wonderful. I hope you manage to get down to a local piece of your coast sometime soon too, and maybe you could make something. There's lots of opportunities, and the sea is just such a great place to be. I hope you enjoy the rest of the Environment Fair and the rest of your day.
Hi everyone, welcome to Dumfries and Galloway Environment Fair. This is Georgie from Solway Firth Partnership, and I'm just going to do a quick wee arts and crafts video for you today. So for today's craft, you're going to need a toilet roll tube, black and white paints, a paintbrush, a piece of paper, a pen, scissors and a glue stick. Now remember to get your parents' help or supervision before using scissors, and you're going to squish the toilet roll tube together. You're going to cut a triangle, which is actually going to cut both sides of the toilet roll tube, and you're going to be left with a shape like this. Both sides are cut, 2 triangles are cut out, and you're going to keep those because we'll be needing those later. So next you're going to mix some black and some white paint together to make a lovely shark grey. It can be any shade of grey that you want, and you're just going to paint that all over the toilet roll tube, and also on the 2 triangles that you've cut out from the toilet roll tube. And in the Solway, there are at least 5 species of sharks known to be present. There are common smooth hound sharks, there are taupe sharks, porbeagle sharks, blue sharks, and also basking sharks. So maybe go and give those species a wee research, see what you can find out, because sharks are really interesting. There we go, all the sections are painted a nice sharp grey, and for the next portion you're going to need the white paint and the black paint. You're going to take the white paint and do a nice circle above the cutout, take the black paint and do a dot within the white circle that you just painted. Next you're going to need a pen and a piece of paper. You're going to mark on the jaw size of your shark. See, there we go, wee notches in the paper. And you're going to take your scissors, or the adult helping you is going to supervise or take the scissors for you and cut out these 2 rectangular pieces of paper. There we go. See, one fits in the bottom jaw and one fits in the top. Then you or the person helping you is going to take the square of paper and cut out some jaggedy, scary teeth. Scary shark teeth. And once you're done with the first piece of paper, you're just going to do the same again with the second. There we go. Now take your Pritt stick and glue one side of the paper. Take that piece of paper with the glue facing towards you and stick it on the inside of the shark's mouth. There we go. And you're going to do the same thing with the other piece of paper. And there you have it, a shark with some scary teeth. So scary. So now you're going to take the 2 triangles that you originally cut out from the tube, and you're going to turn the first one into the caudal fin. So this is otherwise known as the tail. Put some Pritt stick on the point of the triangle and stick it to the inside of the toilet roll tube. Make sure you wait for your paint to dry, unlike me, who got overzealous and did this part while the paint was still wet. Next, you're going to do the dorsal fin of the shark. You're going to fold the cardboard just along like this. You're going to make sure the long edge is towards the eye of the shark along the front, and the vertical edge is near the tail. So you've just got to stick that fin down in place, make sure it's stuck down really well, because there is only one more step until your shark is complete. So the last part of this craft is just finishing touches. Now the first finishing touch is the gills. Now you're just going to take the black paint and draw little S shapes just on the side of the shark, about where the jaw meets. Now, sharks normally have between 5 and 7 gills. I've just drawn on 2 because otherwise I thought the shark was going to be a wee bit covered in S shapes because he's quite a small shark, this one. The last step's optional. I thought that the tail was a bit squared off at the end. Normally there's an upper lobe and a lower lobe to the caudal fin. So I'm just going to take the black paint and I'm going to draw separation between the upper and the lower lobe on the tail. And there you have it, folks, a lovely saltwater shark. And he's off for a swim. Just imagine the song Baby Shark playing. I won't actually play the song Baby Shark because I know we all hear that probably far too much as it is already. So enjoy the rest of Environment Fair, everybody. Thank you for watching a wee quick DIY arts and crafts video. Have a great day.
Hello, if you've just joined us, welcome to the Virtual Environment Fair. If you've been watching all along, I hope you've been enjoying the videos we've been showing so far. I'm Tom, I'm a ranger for the Southern Upland Way, which is 212-mile long-distance footpath across South Scotland from Port Patrick in Dumfries and Galloway to Coburn's Path in the Scottish borders. For the next half an hour, we've got a section about woodlands. So we're going to have magical woodlands coming up. We're going to have something on squirrels coming up. Got lots of exciting things happening. But first, we're going to go on a wander in the woods with myself. Me and my family went for a short walk in our local woodlands yesterday. And we got into some disagreements about a few things. So we thought you guys might be able to help us to answer some of our disagreements. What we're going to do, we're going to show you the video. We're going to have a look at some disagreements about how you behave responsibly in the countryside. And we would like you to type in and answer in the comments what you think is the responsible thing to do. Whenever you're out in the countryside in Scotland, you have to follow the Scottish Outdoor Access Code. This is the list of responsible ways to behave. The whole thing is based on responsibility. You have the right to go out into the countryside in Scotland and enjoy the countryside, but you only have that right if you act responsibly. So everything that we're looking at is based on that concept of acting responsibly within the countryside. So let's have a look at our video. So these are the local woods around where I live in Dalbeattie. And the first thing we did, we stopped for a little drink.
Oh, I'll finish off my drink. I might as well just chuck it down.
You can't throw litter. You can't leave that there.
What? Why? I'm sure someone will come along and pick it up.
So, what do you think is the appropriate thing to do here? Is it responsible to throw away your drink? Or is that not responsible behaviour? What do you think would be the right thing to do? Let us know in the comments. See if you can come up with the right answer. The Outdoor Access Code is all based on the idea of responsibility, and dropping litter is never responsible. There aren't always countryside rangers to come along and pick up litter, so you must always pick up your litter. It can harm wildlife, it can even cause wildfires if it's just left in the sun. So come on, let's go and pick up the litter. Obviously, litter is a quite straightforward one. I hope everybody knows that litter is not acceptable.
I'm going to pick some of these bluebells. They'll look really nice in a vase at home.
You're not allowed to pick bluebells.
Why not?
Because they're wild flowers and they're protected by the law.
So again, what do we think? Picking wildflowers. Is picking wildflowers a responsible way of behaving in the countryside, or not a responsible way of behaving in the countryside? What do you think? Let us know. See if you can guess at home, even if you don't comment in the comments. Connor's absolutely right here. Picking wildflowers is against the law, and anything which does harm to wildlife goes against the Outdoor Access Code and is not acting responsibly. Dalbeattie Woods really are a very special place. If you've never been out there, it is definitely worth coming out and going for a walk. There are a great many paths that are worth exploring and things that are worth looking for and finding as you're going. We very often go out and take our dog Mist for a walk in the woods, but Mist...
Oh, I tell you what, should we take a shortcut over this sheep field?
Might Mist not chase the sheep?
That'd be fine, I'll put her on the lead.
Sorry, I'm talking over my own video there. Mist, like I was saying, does sometimes create, questions. Where is it appropriate to take a dog when you're out for a walk? And a great many footpaths go through fields with livestock. So what do you guys think? Do you think it's acceptable to take a dog into a field with livestock? Do you not think it's acceptable? When would it be acceptable? When wouldn't it be acceptable? Let us know what you think. Have a discussion about it. Taking dogs into a field of sheep is always difficult at the best of times, and you must always make sure the dog is on the lead and under very close control. But in this case, we've got lambs in the field, and having a dog in the field, even if the dog is under close control, can cause real stress to those sheep and those lambs. So you must never take a dog into a field with sheep and lambs, or with cows and calves. And even if there are no lambs or no calves, you should always try and find a different way round rather than taking your dog through a field of sheep. This is the viewpoint at Dalbeattie Woods, one of our favourite places. And we're now walking up towards the Heartstone.
This would be a nice place to have our tea, wouldn't it?
It's a really good idea. Yeah, we should go back and get one of our little disposable barbecues. We could come back up here, couldn't we?
Yeah, we could have some sausages and some burgers, couldn't we?
That is a brilliant idea.
Yeah,
a nice place for a little fire.
So this is one of the biggest questions from the Outdoor Access Code. Obviously, everybody enjoys going out and having a campfire, but when is it responsible and when is it not responsible? What do you guys think? Let us know in the comments. Have a discussion at home. Do you think this is reasonable or not, going out to the Heartstone and having a barbecue? Actually, although the Outdoor Access Code does say you can light fires in the countryside, you can only do so if you act responsibly. And lighting a fire here is never going to be acting responsibly. You can see we're surrounded by conifer trees. These set on fire really easily. We've also got heather around us, and all of the ground around here is peat. All of this can be set on fire. You can see how hot it is today. These conditions are going to be very, very dangerous for setting things on fire. Even a small disposable barbecue here has the chance of setting this entire woodland on fire. So although the Outdoor Access Code says you can light a fire in the countryside, it's only very, very few places in very, very careful circumstances where it would be responsible to do so, and certainly not in the woods here. In fact, this happened right here at the Heartstone in Dalbeattie only a few weeks ago, and you can see here the devastation that it's caused. So I'm sure you can see from these pictures the impact that fires have in a woodland like Dalbeattie. As I was saying, there's an awful lot of conifer. Most of the ground is peat. There's lots of, particularly at this time of year, lots of dead plant matter, dead bracken, which very easily ignites. In this extremely hot weather, it would never be considered responsible to have a fire anywhere in the countryside, and in a coniferous plantation like Dalbeattie Woods, it's never going to be an acceptable thing to do at any time of year. Well, thank you very much for joining us on this little walk through Dalbeattie Woodlands. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope you've learned something about the Scottish Outdoor Access Code. Please type into the comments and let us know your ideas. Let us know if you have any other good examples of responsible or irresponsible behaviour. And I would like to say at this point a really big thank you to Becky and Connor. for helping me with this, for helping me with the whole of the environment fair. They have been really good throughout this. So a big thank you very much to Becky and Connor. And I hope that at some point we will all be able to get back out on the Southern Upland Way and go for walks, not just local, but throughout the whole of Dumfries and Galloway. But for now, please do get out for walks in your local area, and make sure when you do so that you're sticking to the outdoor access code. So we're now going to move on to the rest of the woodland section of the virtual environment fair. Thank you for watching my little bit. I hope you enjoy the rest.
So we've just come down to this bit of the woodland today. It just feels really magical. The grass is long and so green, and there's these little white flowers, and as I move around you can see the trees, and these are the trees here, and that's the gate where we've come in, and some of the ferns are coming up. It's just like a magical fairy kingdom, and all these trees up here, the sun just coming through up the top, and these some of them are rocks or bits of trees that have grown moss on top of them. You can hear the kite above, and as we come this way there's I can see bluebells, which I'm really excited to see because we haven't been in this bit for a little while and they weren't here last time. So as we come a little further along I can see a carpet of them over to the right, and that's just a little more of a glimpse of the... It's rained overnight and it just looks even greener than usual, and I mean it's always green and there's always moss and stuff, but it just looks even greener than usual, and I love coming here. It does just feel like an enchanted fairy kingdom, and there's just such a beauty in coming places where people don't really come. You can see the path's not really walked. Oh, and there's some bluebells on the left too, so the bluebells up on the left, and some bluebells coming up on the right too. Wow, they're pretty special. Cool, just walk us a bit further along into more of the woodland. And I've been wondering about like how old this woodland is and how long it's been here for, and what it's been used for in the past. And yeah, it's really lovely to explore and be able to spend some time and have a look and really see what's here. And there's a river just down past the trees. You can't see it, but it's quite low at the moment. It hasn't rained very much, and yeah, the bluebells look lovely today. Cool. So enjoy the views and the experience of the woods and the nature here from DGOWL, and have a good day, and I will see you somewhere soon. Bye for now.
today I'm going to be doing a presentation about what the holly leaf miner is. So, the holly leaf miner is a fly that lays its eggs in a holly leaf, and then when the eggs hatch, they hatch out as a grub, and then the grub eats its way through the holly leaf, which leaves these marks here. All of these brown marks because the holly leaf miner has eaten through the leaf. And there's this tiny wasp that comes and lays its eggs and injects them into the holly leaf miner. And then when the eggs hatch, they eat the holly leaf miner, and all that's left is the shell. And if you can see a little hole, that means the wasp has eaten the holly leaf miner. And if you find quite a big hole, a biggish hole, then you will know that the holly leaf miner has successfully turned into a fly. V-shaped slit, then that means a blue tit has got it, like in here. You can lift up the flap if you want to. So, I'm going to dissect this leaf to show you. So, first I'm going to cut the prickles off of this. Oh, actually, before I do that, looks like there's a little hole in here. So maybe the holly leaf miner's got, oh, 2 holes. I think that hole there might be where the holly leaf miner has escaped. The wasp has escaped, and that one might be where a holly leaf miner's escaped. That looks like there's 2 separate holly leaf miners that were in here. So, just to make sure, I'm going to cut all the prickles off. So in that one there is no holly leaf miner. So that one must have either successfully escaped or been eaten by a blue tit. Off these, cut up to there. Oh, and on this one we have successfully found a eaten holly leaf miner.
Hello everybody, my name is Juliana and I'm your Community Engagement Officer for the Southwest. So I help train and support our red squirrel networks spread across the region. At the moment we've got 10 of these volunteer-led groups and they're all carrying out active red squirrel conservation on the ground. It's really thanks to their work that red squirrels are still holding on and doing well in Dumfries and Galloway. So my red squirrel fact for today is about their diet. So you might already know that they eat lots of nuts and seeds and pine cones, but did you know that they love mushrooms? So they'll pick them off from the ground and hang them high up in the canopy to dry, so they've got them saved for dinner later on. Isn't that clever? also remember that red and grey squirrels are not always very easy to tell apart. So you might already know, okay, I'm looking for a grey coloured squirrel and a red coloured squirrel. You might know that the red squirrels have ear tufts in wintertime. But the surest way of telling them apart is to look at their tail. So the red squirrel has got a very dense, bushy, uniformly coloured ginger tail, a bit like that. Whereas the grey squirrel will have a grey tail, but will always have a white halo around its tail. So each hair is actually tri-banded. And you've always got to look for that white halo, and you'll be in no doubt that that's a grey squirrel. Please report all your sightings of both red and grey squirrels. You really are our eyes and ears on the ground, and you can help us make an enormous difference for red squirrels in Dumfries and Galloway.
Anyone can create a Hub account to start a personal squirrel sightings record. You will find an option to report a sighting from the Hub homepage. Here you can select whether it was a red or grey squirrel sighting, whether the squirrel was dead or alive, the number of squirrels seen, and the date and location. If you are unsure of postcodes or place names, use the interactive map to explore an area and click to place your marker on the map. Please include any other information you believe to be of use. If you are logged in, your details will be pre-populated on the form.
Join your local red squirrel network for active red squirrel conservation. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, sorry about that. Just a little kerfuffle with the technology there. I hope you enjoyed the section on woodlands. We are now going to be moving on to a very exciting section about the Galloway biosphere. This should be really good. We've got stuff in here about the dark skies. We've got stuff about the landscape and wildlife. We've also got something very exciting about the Golden Eagle project. So I hope you enjoy this, the biosphere section.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Tyndall. I'm here in the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere, here in Scotland. Here in our biosphere, we have absolutely wonderful landscapes and fantastic dark skies. We have very little light pollution, and I work here as a Biosphere Dark Sky Ranger as part of being freelance ranger. The biosphere is wonderful. It has lovely local communities, friendly people, and it's a great place. Working towards the UN goal for 8 for developing tourism, we are really looking at darkness as being something special here, and we're trying to create and promote businesses to work on something called darkness ecotourism. And we will be doing stargazing, we'll be taking people for walks in the dark, really just experiential things. So it'll be really wonderful. And my business is part of that. So I've been doing a lot of work towards it, and I think it's going to be a fantastic thing that we can do. My biosphere is proud to share.
The South of Scotland Golden Eagle project aims to restore a viable population of golden eagles in the south of Scotland. Through a series of translocations, young eagles from the north make the journey south to boost the isolated and vulnerable population here in the Scottish borders and Dumfries and Galloway. Following a short stay in our aviaries, the young eagles are released into the southern uplands. So far, 4 young eagles have made the south of Scotland their home, and their names are Beaky, Emily, Edward and Scan. However, it's not just about the eagles. Working alongside local communities, schools, landowners, farmers, gamekeepers and local groups, we aim to ensure that these young eagles are not only welcomed into southern skies, but into the hearts of those who share this wild, rugged and magical corner of bonnie Scotland.
Hello from the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire UNESCO Biosphere, where I will spend the next 3 days exploring all the different sustainable ecotourism elements that the area has to offer. From stargazing in the Dark Sky Park to kayaking on Loch Trool and a nature walk up in the Merrick. And that doesn't even mention all the interesting locals and stories to discover. The Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere is a place of natural beauty, rich history, great biodiversity, and many Scots are lucky enough to call it their home. It covers a huge area in the southwest of Scotland and extends from the coast to the Galloway Hills and beyond.
The Biosphere has created an ecotourism initiative in the area around Glentrool, and that's exactly where I'm heading. In the spirit of sustainable and nature-based tourism, I travelled to the Biosphere by train and picked up a rental bike from Biosphere Bikes. I'm spending 2 nights in the area, one at the House O'Hill Hotel in Glentrool and the other one at Creeside Escape Shepherd's Hut a few miles down the road. Let's hear from the owner, Sarah Redman, about the experience.
So what we want people to do when they come here and stay here is to really relax, unwind and recharge. You've just got to sit, relax, switch off and enjoy what nature provides you.
My first Biosphere experience was an evening with Dark Sky Ranger Elizabeth Tyndall. She brightened up the night sky with a nighttime picnic and her stories about the stars and constellations, an experience you must not miss in the Biosphere. Next up was a hike in the Galloway Hills with Martin Webber. Like Elizabeth, Martin is an absolute expert and offers immersive experiences in tune with nature. He took me up a hill near the Merrick and passed on his incredible knowledge about local plants and wildlife. Let's hear it from him.
I'm very happy to meet people who are interested in getting out and about in the Galloway countryside, South Ayrshire, or countryside as well, and showing them what the area has to offer. Talking about the landscape, its history, its agriculture, and if we're lucky, seeing some wildlife.
My final Biosphere experience was a day out with Chris Saunders from Adventure Carrick, an activity provider based not far from Glentrool. Since I love the water, Chris and I went kayaking on Loch Trool, followed by a well-deserved lunch. I asked about what the Biosphere means to him as a local, and Chris found the perfect words.
We are the Biosphere, so that's what it means to us. It's not something that's separate from us. We are the individuals, the people that live and work in the Biosphere. So we are part of the Biosphere, the deeper connection with nature, the working with the environment. We're not using the environment, we're with the environment. That's what it means for us as a business. Is like we're all one, so like try and work in harmony.
And just like that, my trip to the Biosphere has come to an end. Check out my blog watchmesee.com to find my detailed itinerary and travel guide to follow in my footsteps. Happy trip planning!
Hello, Elizabeth Tyndall, freelance ranger here. Now, some of you may know this, some of you may not, but as well as being a freelance ranger, I'm a Biosphere dark sky ranger, and that means that I get to go out in the darkness, looking at stars, which are just so beautiful, and also taking people out actually just to be in the dark. A lot of people now that live in towns and so on don't get to see darkness. And I specialise in taking them in nice safe routes where we can have maybe a hammock that people could be in, maybe just a campfire and so on, tell some stories around it. Sometimes it's really nice if the moon's out so it's not absolute darkness, and we always have head torches of course to make sure that we can actually see where we're going. It's just great fun to be able to do things like that, and today I thought I'd bring you a dark skies activity. And for this I've got some rolls, some tubes, and I've got some dark card. As well as that I've got some pins and scissors and some sellotape. We're going to need all of those for this activity. And we're going to make a constellation telescope at the heart of the Biosphere. is the Galloway Forest Dark Sky Park. It's an absolutely brilliant place. It gets really, really dark there because there are no street lights around it. And it's just somewhere that I love to take groups and people and see the stars. They get wowed by the stars. So a constellation is a group of stars, and you get lots of different ones. There's some that are lions, Leo, and then there are some that are things like bears, Ursa Major. There are lots of people up there and gods. So there are great stories to tell, especially if we have a campfire to tell them with. So I'm going to show you some of the constellations, and we're going to have a little look through our telescope and see what we can see. So the first thing we're going to need to know is a little bit about stars, and there are lots of ways to do it. There are some great books that tell you about the night sky. There's these planispheres which you can move around and you can actually see where the stars are on any particular day. Or there are apps like this one. This one's called Stellarium, which you can use to plan your night's viewing. You can look out into the night sky and you will be able to see the things that it shows you. So all of these are really good, and I'm just going to use my tablet because it's the easiest one for me to use right at the moment. And what I've got on here is I've got probably the thing that people spot most up in the stars, which is the plough. So it's got a plough handle and then it's got this. Sometimes it's called the Big Dipper. In America that's what they call it. In Norway and places like that they call it Carol's cart because it looks like a cart. There's lots of things, but if you look closely at it, then what you can see is it actually has some other stars around it. So we've got the plough here again, and we've got a leg that comes from the back of it. We've got a body that goes at the front and another leg at the front here. It's meant to look like a bear. And we can bring up the graphics on this. It's one of the reasons that I really like this app, and you can actually see the bear. Now, you don't actually see the bear up there in the stars. You don't see the lines that connect it, you will just see the stars themselves. And that's what we're going to make when we draw this. And we're going to draw it onto a piece of black card. So what we need to do first of all is to just cut ourselves a piece that's going to go round our tube. Now, I've got a toilet roll here, or the inside of a kitchen roll. If it's a bit sturdier, it would be even better. So you'll probably be able to find something that's really good for that. And I'm going to cut myself a kind of square of card. And I'm going to use the thing that I'm going to have as my tube. I'm going to put that into the middle of the card and I'm going to draw around it. And that's so that this is the bit that I need to put my constellation on. Now it's black card, so it can be quite difficult to see where your lines are. So if you've got a white pencil or something like that, it would be much better, but you can see I have a circle there, or a vague circle anyway. So now what I can do is I can have a little look at my picture and try and mimic it. I think for this one I might just keep it and put just the plough in. So the plough is actually something called an asterism, which means that it's not a recognised constellation. Oh, I should definitely have got a white pencil for this. 1, 2, 3, 4 stars for the handle, then it comes down to the fourth one is part of the bucket, the plough shape, and 4 stars for that kind of square shape. So we've got the handle and the square. Now, before I actually start doing anything else, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a little piece of blue tack or a piece of plasticine to put underneath my piece of card. And I can just see where my holes are, so I'm going to make sure that the holes are there, and I don't want to go through into my finger, of course, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these through onto the blue tack or the plasticine and make some nice holes. Can you kind of see the holes that we've got there? And I could use, I've got some nice tacks there, but I could use a drawing pin or I could use a little nail to do this as well. It's hard to be accurate, so you have to take your time and be careful. We've got 2 more to go. So we've got the handle of the plough, and I've got the little shape of the plough actually there. So I can still see where my circle is. So the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to use my scissors, and I'm actually going to just cut up to that circle. I'm going to be careful not to go past it, and I'm going to be careful not to snip my fingers as well, because you've got to hold this out. So you might want to ask someone's help with all of this. It's a great activity for to be able to do. So we're going all the way around, and we're making it into almost like a little flower shape. I guess we could even make it into a star shape if we really wanted to be fancy about it. So I'm going to bring it to there. Now, each of these petals, now I'm going to be looking at it, and I want it to be so that it looks like the shape that I've got there. So I'm going to bring each of these petals towards it so that my shape is still the right way round. And I'm just using my finger to hold and push, hold and push, so that I'm not tearing the card, I'm making sure that it all goes to the right place. There you go, and come all the way around now, and you can see that kind of does make a little kind of flower shape. This is the important bit though, because this is going to go over the end of my tube, and I want to make sure that all the holes are inside the tube. Let me have a quick check. Yeah, that looks good to me. Looks just like the plough too. So I'm going to find myself some sellotape. So some of the sticky tape, stick it all down, making sure that I keep it nice and square. Now this bit is a little bit tricky, but it's worthwhile in the end, because you'll have something to remind yourself. And of course you could make one of these for lots of different stars, or constellations rather, because we've got groups of stars, not just one star. And in fact, you could make up your own constellation. You could have one that was in the shape of your name, or your favourite thing. So you could have one that was like a flower, or the pattern of a star. So I've got all of that on there now, and I can still see the shape that I'm looking for. I don't know, you might be able to see it too. And I'll tell you what, I'll put this on. So you might be able to see it there. Now if I shine a light through it, you'll be able to see that it actually produces it down on the ground. But if I shine a light from the other side, ooh, head torch is in. So we're looking down through my viewer now, and you can actually see the shape of the plough that I've created, because the light's coming in through those holes. Now stars themselves generate light, so they don't need other light coming from them. And there are actually lots of different colours of stars when you look at them really closely. So we've got that kind of square shape, which is on the right hand side, and it gives us the blade of the plough. And then we've got that curved handle. It's actually a really old-fashioned plough, but that's what it is. And if I use my torch, you can see it even better. The stars shine even more brightly. And it's a really fun thing to do, because you can use books to find out about stars, and then you have to draw the patterns, so you get to start recognising them, and then you have this just to remind you. So it's a really good activity for learning your stars. I hope we do get to go stargazing sometime soon, and I hope you enjoy your night stars wherever you are.
The Borg Peninsula is nestled on the southwest coast
We've got a challenge for you. This is not a stick, it's a flute. What can you make it into?
This is not a stick, this is my conductor's baton for directing the beautiful bird song I hear every day.
This isn't a stick, they're chopsticks.
This is not a stick. This is a space rocket. Zoom, 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 zoom.
This isn't a stick, it's a wand, abracadabra.
This isn't a stick, this is a lightsaber.
Ooh, Bello.
House.
Oos.
I've got a stick and it's my dog's favourite toy.
This isn't a stick, this is a microphone.
This is no stick, it's a walking stick.
This isn't a stick, it's a spoon.
That's not a stick, this is a wallet.
This is not a stick, it's a rhino horn.
This is not a stick, this is a ninja sword. This isn't a stick, this is a knight spear. Oh. This isn't a stick, this is a lightsaber.
This isn't a stick, it's my pipe.
This isn't a stick, it's a pencil.
This isn't a stick, it's my other drumstick.
This is not a stick, it's a magic pencil. This is not a stick, this is a flower.
This is not a stick, this is a hobby horse. Yee-haw!
This is not a stick, it's a bowl.
This is not a stick, it's a kookaburra scallop shell.
This is not a stick, it's a bone, and I'm gonna bury it.
This isn't a stick, this is a guitar. Ding 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 ding. This isn't a stick, this is a magic wand. This isn't a stick, it's a hobby horse.
It's not a stick, it's an ice cream cone.
This is not a stick, it's an elephant.
Hello, today we're going to show you a few different ways that you can make your own game set for noughts and crosses. Once you've got one of these game sets, you won't need to use pencil and paper again. I've set out the most simple one on the table in front here to show you that for this one we used 4 sticks, fairly straight but not perfectly straight sticks, and 10 stones, 5 for the crosses and 5 for the noughts. And there's a marker pen there, and that's what we use to mark up our designs. As I said, that's a very simple one. You could make your own game set more interesting and more unique if you chose designs slightly different to the noughts and the crosses. But you will need 5 stones with one design and 5 stones with the other design. In this case, we've got green hearts and smiley faces for our game set. Over here, I've got a small collection of stones that were decorated by children who came along to one of our school campouts last year. We've got a hashtag design, we've got the nice pink spiral swirl there, and there's a particularly nice stone with a beautiful cobweb design on it. All of these could be made up into sets of 5, and all could be used in a game of noughts and crosses. Over here, I've got a different way of making the noughts and crosses grid. I've collected some plastic bottle lids over the last week or so, and as you can see, I've got 5 green milk bottle lids, and then I've got 5 smaller lids, lots of different colours, which I have made into a set by adding that cobweb design that I like so much. The grid in this case is made with 4 pieces of string, and as you can see, you do not need to be able to set out your grids in a perfectly straight line. It would be great if you had a go at making your own sets. Be as inventive and as creative as you like, and have fun playing the games.
Hi there, this is Simon McRae from Wonderwoods Education. I hope you're enjoying the day so far. Okay, it's been tremendous. We've got 2 hours left. Okay, so we're going to go into our next section, which is it's all about well-being. Now, currently we're in the situation we are. We've got to focus on our well-being. Okay, so if people would like to go out on their walks and make use of some of this information that you're about to receive, then yeah, do so. And when we are able to go a little bit further afield in different woodlands, then this will be a good opportunity to continue that. So we're going to learn about forest bathing and branching out, which is what we're going to be doing in Dumfries and Galloway as Dumfries and Galloway Outdoor Woodland Learning Group. We're going to be facilitating branching out in this area. We're also going to be making a soap bag with Amy and River. And then Lucy is going to take you for a sit spot. Now, this is all about getting to know nature and your relationship with nature and developing that. I'm particularly looking forward to the forest bathing with Natalie, and that's really immersing all your senses in a forest environment. So please comment below, okay, if you've done any of this below. Ask questions. Our team is replying as much as they can, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Hi there.
We've got a challenge for
Moriarty, and
This
I
is
wanted
not
to
a
say thanks for asking me to contribute towards the Environment Fair. I've been working for Forestry Commission Scotland for 10 years, now Scottish Forestry, and I run a programme called Branching Out. Branching Out is a 12-week programme for patients in the secondary and tertiary mental health sector, as well as people accessing mental health services through charities. Small pot of funding, we're able to support projects in a couple of projects in each NHS area in Scotland per year, and we partner up with environmental and ranger services in order to run the programme. So Branching Out is a 12-week programme, and for the 12 weeks a group of people meet up in the woods for a 3-hour session where they learn lots of new skills and meet new people to improve their mental well-being. Scottish Forestry is currently working with the Dumfries and Galloway Outdoor Woodland Learning Group to establish a new programme in the Dumfries and Galloway area. 6 people have come forward who would like to train as new leaders, and once they do, they're able to deliver the programme in the area. I've currently been doing a diploma in herbology, which is the study of medicinal plants. As part of that, I've done a dissertation on forest bathing. So forest bathing is the new buzzword that's out there. So I wanted to say a little bit about forest bathing, what it is, and how you can get involved with it on your daily walks. So forest bathing was developed in Japan in the 1980s, and thereafter they've done a lot of studies to figure out why being in a forest environment is so good for us. So first, a little bit of an explanation of what forest bathing actually is. So essentially forest bathing is immersing all your senses in a forest environment. You don't need any soap to do it, and you definitely get to keep all your clothes on. It's basically a meditative immersion in the forest using your senses of sight and touch and smell and listening, hearing. By doing this, we can really focus in on those sights and sounds and smells of the forest, and by doing so it allows us to forget some of the worries that we have while we may be at home. So I wanted to take us through doing a couple of things that can help ground us into those 5 senses. So let's start with hearing. Right now I'm sitting out in a local park, and I don't need to go to the forest for this, which is beautiful, because as long as you're in nature and there's green trees around you, you can do this anywhere really. So let's have a listen on this cloudy evening and see what we can hear. Okay, I'd like to invite you to listen for a moment. Close your eyes and listen to the sounds of the forest around you. Another thing to do when you're forest bathing is to spend some time really looking at the things that you can see, and spending some time focusing in on something that interests you. So this can be anything, it can be any colour, but it should be something that is natural. So here I've discovered something beautiful that I want to focus in on. I might not know what it is, but I know that it's something that I find interesting, and I want to see more of what this is, what this beautiful colour is. So you might want to go right up to something and have a look. Other things might be interesting that might not actually be flowers, might just be a colour or a shape that you find interesting.
Hello, I'm Amy from Nest Nurturing Futures, and today I'm going to show you how to do an activity that we normally do on our Wellbeing events. Because of everything that's going on, we've had to cancel the Wellbeing events that we've had planned, and normally we do them with Becky Rose, who's a yoga and mindfulness teacher. So we thought that for the environmental fair it'd be quite nice to do something together virtually, so you can have a little mini Wellbeing session. So I've got a link for Becky. She's done a nice visualization. It's about 10 minutes long that you can click and have a go at that. And I'm going to show you how to make a nice soap bag. So these are the ingredients that I'm using. The oats, and I'm also using some lavender that I've picked from my garden. So this is going to be really nice for a bedtime bath or shower. It's like nice and calming. And then I'm also using some dandelion flowers and leaves. Dandelion's got lots of vitamins in, so it's nice to get that soaked up into your skin. And then I've got some string here, and that's going to tie off the bags. And then these is what I'm using for the bags. The best thing to use for the bags is an old baby muslin square. You can use a pair of tights. I'm using what came to hand to me today, which was an old cotton pillowcase. Just anything that isn't dyed, and especially you don't want anything that's dyed any dark colours. So yeah, so when you're using ingredients, you can use anything you've got at hand. You can use any herbs that are grown in the garden. Yeah, the main ingredient in these soap bags is the oats. So when you're using anything new, it's always best to do a little patch test, just in case you're allergic to any of the ingredients. So you could use a smaller bit of muslin and just put the same ingredients in and just wet it and dab it on your the inside of your elbow, and then just wait 24 hours. And also, if you have any medical conditions, or if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, any ingredients you use, just make sure that's safe for you. But you know, oats is a really nice ingredient for your skin. It's the only thing I can use on my daughter, who's got really quite bad eczema, and her skin always comes up looking absolutely lovely and so nice and soft afterwards. So it is really good for you. So I've got my little helper here who's going to help me make these bags. River. So at our Wellbeing days, we sometimes do it just for the grown-ups, but a lot of the times we make it a family-friendly one. So yeah, it just depends on what kind of day it is. So River's getting the oats out of here, and she's putting it into her bag. And it's just as simple as popping the ingredients in. So all I'm going to do is pour some oats onto the cloth, and then I'm going to just add some nice lavender. Sometimes I like to add rosemary, because that's another one that I really like as well. It smells really lovely. Already feel calm. Absolutely love lavender. And then I'm going to get some of the dandelions. I'm just going to pop that in there too. When you're taking stuff out of your garden, just make sure that you don't use any weed killers or pesticides and stuff, because you don't want that getting into your skin. So yeah, so make sure it's all grown nice and organically. And then I'm going to add a little bit of the leaf in there too. My daughter's ran away with the bigger sheet that I've had, and she's decided she's not making a bag, but she's making some sort of oat craft, and that's totally okay. And now mix it all up together nicely, and I absolutely just love that's what inside is going to look like. So you can use this in your shower, you can just put it in your bath, and then afterwards you could just pop it all in the compost bin, depending on making sure that this material that you use is a compostable material. And I've just tied off the bag and that is it done. And now I can have like a nice relaxing shower later. So yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest of the environmental fair, and remember to click the link for Becky's nice 10-minute visualisation, and that link will either be in the description or in the comments. I'm not quite sure where we're going to put it yet, but it should be there. And yeah, bye bye. You said bye bye, River?
Bye bye.
This is a chance for you to do a sit spot. So a sit spot is a time where you can just take some quiet time to observe what's going on around you, to observe nature in action. It both, like, it's about you getting to know nature and that spot getting to know you. So if you go to the same spot every day, then you can really develop a relationship and see how it changes over the course of the year. So the first thing that is a lovely thing to do is to breathe. So first of all, wherever you are, you're standing somewhere, feel your feet upon the ground. So if you breathe in and you breathe out, inhaling and exhaling as that connects you with all living beings. Everything breathes in and out. The plants are breathing in and out. You're breathing in the oxygen that they've released, and you're breathing out carbon dioxide which they breathe in. So your breath connects you with everything in the cycle of life. Now imagine that your nose is as big as a wolf's. Imagine like a long-nosed dog. And it's really, your nose is really sensitive. You can smell everything. What can you smell? Can you smell the woodland? Can you smell the earth? Can you smell the soil? Can you smell the rain? Can you smell the season? If you want to, you could go and explore now, smelling everything, playing and smelling everything. Now imagine that your ears are as big as a deer's. What can you hear? Can you hear the birds singing? The dogs making funny noises? Can you hear children laughing? I can hear a wood pigeon. I can hear traffic driving. And what's the quietest thing you can hear? Can you hear the silence? Where is the silence? You can use your hands to cup. When you cup them like this, you hear better the things that are behind you. Or like this, you hear those things better. Just play with that, noticing what you can hear. Again, you could go and play with that. Something else that you can use is your eyes. Now we are really, as humans, we really focus on the use of our eyes. And we don't focus much on the sort of using the peripheral vision. So we often use the very centre of our eyes without focusing on this part here that you can see. So what you're going to do is look directly in front of you, look at something that is directly in front of you, and take your hands and wiggle your fingers like this. Moving your fingers out to the edge without moving your eyes. See how far back you can see your fingers wiggling. So here I cannot see my fingers wiggling, but here I can. So there's just an edge just about here where I can actually see without moving my eyes all the way there. And up as well. There, I can see it, and now I can't. So just experimenting with your peripheral vision. We call that our owl eyes. So what can you see at the very edge? So I'm looking at the camera and yet I'm watching that crow just over there. I'm watching the flies whilst I'm looking straight ahead. So when you're looking at an animal, it's recommended not to look straight at it, but to use your peripheral vision, because if an animal sees you looking at it, it gets a fright and it'll run away. But a wild animal like a deer, if it sees you looking another way, it thinks, oh, they haven't noticed me, and you're much more likely to observe natural behaviour. The rabbit scratching and cleaning its face, the deer gently chewing at the grass. Using that peripheral vision when you see something is so useful. Another thing we're going to practice is fox walking. Foxes have to go really quietly because if they're heard, their potential prey will have gone away. So they walk extremely quietly. It's hard to do that when you're walking in the forest, and it's harder when you're wearing waterproof trousers. What you've got to do is think about going perhaps with your toes first, and you go really slowly, really carefully. At first you'll think I'll be looking down at the ground, but you need to be looking up with your owl eyes as well, and you're feeling with your feet. So try that. See how quietly you can walk. Now, we'd like you to try and put all those things together for some nice quiet time. Just to have that chance to connect yourself with the nature around you. If you've children with you, that's lovely. They can play. They'll be nearby you. They can try it, or they might get distracted and you can observe them because children are part of nature. And just allowing time to observe. If you're in a house and you can't leave the house, sit at the window. Looking out the window, maybe you'll see some birds. What can you see from your window? Okay, so practicing owl eyes, fox walking, wolf nose, deer ears, walking to your sit spot. Walk carefully to the place where you can sit and observe nature. When you're there, just stay there. Ideally, you'd stay there for 20 minutes, but if you don't have 20 minutes, even 5-10 minutes can help you just to have that quiet time. When you're sitting, you're observing nature with all those senses. Just see what comes up. See what comes to you. Here, the beautiful sit spot, just here. So I can sit here against the tree.
Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed the Wellbeing section. I'm sorry for the slightly strange transitions on this. I hope you're enjoying the environment fair so far. For those of you that have just joined, I'm Tom. I'm a countryside ranger with the Southern Upland Way, and we're halfway through our virtual environment fair now. The next section is going to be an arts and crafts and culture section. So we've got some really exciting things coming up in this. We've got some printing. We've got building a miniature striding arch. If anybody's been on the Southern Upland Way, you will have passed the striding arches. They're quite amazing. We can't go up and see the full-size ones at the moment, so I decided to build a small one in my back garden. We've also got some Vikings that went out to meet some school children out on the Rins. So here we are, the arts and culture section.
Hello everyone, welcome to this week's Creative Printmaking Challenge with the Stove Network. We're inviting you to experiment with printmaking at home and hope this is something that everyone can get involved with, whether you've got kids at home or you're looking for something to kickstart your own creativity. This video is for tatty printing. So these are some of the things that you might need. If you don't have everything, try and improvise. So if you don't have brushes, old sponges will work. Use whatever paint you've got lying around at home. If you're cutting potatoes, we recommend that you get the adults to do the cutting because the knives are quite sharp, and maybe the kids can instead do some of the drawing and design work to plan out what their stamp should look like. So some good things to think about for your prints are things like what textures and materials can you find in your space. Potato prints are really good for building up a kind of a pattern, so we want to think about nice bold designs that we can replicate in lots of different ways to kind of build up a picture, and think about little bits of texture or detail that you can add into your print that will improve it later on. There you go, you can see this has just been speeded up quite a bit, but there you can see some of the finished stamp designs. So I've cut this potato into a few different pieces so we can get a few different designs out of the one. If you're doing letters, bear in mind that you'll need to reverse them because you're going to get a reverse stamp when you print. Right, when we get onto printing, I've got a little plastic tray, or you could use a plate or an old bit of cardboard to put your paint on. And we're just going to apply a little bit of paint onto our stamp, not huge amounts because we'll get a much more detailed print if it's not super wet. But as you start to experiment with this, you'll start to get a better feel with it. So make sure that you've got lots of little bits of paper that you can try out on, because the first few you'll probably not be very happy with, and the more you have a go at it, this better feel you'll get for it as you go. You can also try things like using multiple colours on your stamps, just to create a little bit more detail into the pattern, and that's it kind of brings out a nice variation in these leaves. So when you're thinking about this week's theme or prompt, what are the secret spaces in your life now, we're thinking about all kinds of things, from your back garden to a blanket fort, a quiet local walking route, to your bedroom. We'd love this to kind of inspire the prints that you make. So things to think about are the textures or the materials that you might find there, the colours that there are, and what's in your secret space. So what kind of objects are there? So there you have it. We'd love to see what printmaking activities you get up to at home. Maybe you can improve on our ideas so far, but if you could please share your designs with us, you can drop them an email to katie@thestove.org or share them on social media and use our hashtag #HomegrownDumfries.
My name is Mrs Ferguson and I'm a primary 4 to 7 class teacher at Liswalt Primary.
I'm Miss McNichol, I'm the primary 5 to 7 teacher at Kirkham Primary. Would you like to come in and see what's going on today?
We got this great opportunity today to come along and join this Finn's Coastal Path project, and the children in our class were able to come along and take part in lots of different activities. So this morning we have gone from between visiting the Kilmorey Stone up at the churchyard and looking in depth at the Viking symbolism that was there. The children have also been involved in using their imaginative skills in rune writing. They've been doing some blacksmithing, using plasticine to reenact the feeling of metal, and they've also had a weaponry and artefact session as well, all of which have been great teamwork skills, a chance for them to work together and to use lots of different skills they might not always be using in the classroom. And I think they've really enjoyed that different day away from the classroom too.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic opportunity to get pupils acquainted with our local area and notice like the interesting history behind it. Because Find Schools just spend so much time talking about different periods of history in different parts of the world, and this is really engaging them with the things that have happened on their own home soil. So that's definitely something we want to take back to school and extend as much as we can and really have them engaged with things that are relevant to them.
I'm Danny, I'm from Kirkham School, and today we went to the Kirkham Church to find out a little bit about a stone. It was very informational, and there was a lot of things that I didn't think that would be on a stone, especially at a church. We learned a little bit about the history of the Vikings.
So as we're walking up, can you hear me at the back there? Has anyone heard of a great hero called Sigurd? Which person?
That pattern.
The pattern, yeah. Very well spotted. Come this way, you can see more. Actually, yeah, so remember that pattern, because that cross looks quite new. How about this one here? So this one is a lot older, but yeah, did you notice the pattern? So just take a moment to have a look at the cross, walk around it, look at it at different angles, because sometimes the light will shine in a particular way that means that you see something that you can't see when you're looking at it straight on. And see if you can work out what shapes there are on the cross. Yeah. Keep walking around, have a look at it. Try and see what you can see in it, and then in a moment I'm going to ask you to point to your favourite place on it, your favourite thing, and we can look at it more closely.
One blade, two blades, then a stick.
Yeah. Let me see. Okay, come round here and point at the thing you want to explore further.
Like a pillar.
A pillar. Ah, yeah. So what if I trace around this part here?
Looks like a space.
Yeah. So 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, a head. Maybe.
Right. Hands here.
Aha, yeah. That looks like hands. And what about if this was a hand? What would that part there be? Can anyone else? Has anyone else got a bit on the stone that they really like and they want to show? And one at a time. So get. Yeah.
Angry face.
Angry face. Ah, what makes you say angry? It's really good putting the extra words in. Eyebrows and a sort of maybe like a frown on the forehead. Yeah. Okay. It could be on any side. Yeah. Here. Or there's a story of a warrior called Sigurd, who was a great warrior with a great sword. The sword was forged for him out of the broken shards. Shards means spiky bits. Out of the broken sword of his father. So it had broken in a big battle where his father died, kept secret by his mother, and then a smith called Regan came along and took the sword and hammered it, and heated it and hammered it, and made it into his new mighty sword called Gram. During the story of Sigurd, Regan tells him about this dragon called Fafnir. And the dragon Fafnir was such a big dragon that he would bend down 30 feet, like from the top of this church here, just to bend down to drink out of a river when he was thirsty. Big dragon, dangerous dragon. But Sigurd was given the special sword by Regin to go and fight Fafnir. When he was doing it, he won, by the way. It's a bit of a spoiler, but yeah. He won fighting the dragon, but Regin told him to eat the heart of the dragon. And while he was roasting it on a spit, he touched it with his thumb to see if it was ready or not. But it was hot. So he put his thumb in his mouth and started sucking it. And when he did that, he tasted the heart of the dragon. And the heart of the dragon was magical. So he started to be able to hear the language of the birds. And the birds told him that Regin was going to sneak up and kill him. So he managed to escape. They're getting slower, aren't they? Okay, so in this basket are cards, and there are coloured versions of the greyed out ones on your sheet. The thing is, you're just new settling. All these resources are the sort of things you can find on foot. Like you can walk down to the cliffs and climb them and get seabirds' eggs.
I'm Emma. I'm from Kirkham Primary School. Today we're making axes. That's why it's so noisy. It's really hard. Then over there we had to pick out these pieces of paper, and they've got symbols on. And then we had to write a story about them.
My name is Finlay Scott and I go to Liswalt Primary School. So first we went to a workshop where you make like axe heads and spear heads with like clay out of hammers and little spear things, and then we went to the churchyard with a monk and we looked at a stone which was carved. We saw Jesus on a cross and we saw the Last Supper and we saw lots of patterns. I got this t-shirt today and it's to promote the new coastal path in the Rins.
Hello, my name is Joshua and I'm from Liswalt Primary.
And my name is Zach and I'm from Kirkham Primary. Well, it would have to be when we were learning about blacksmith, of how different metals that can be made into different things like axes, swords, shields. And I like when we were allowed to hold some of the stuff as well. It felt like I was actually like a real Viking going into battle, and it was really fun.
Well, I liked making the axe heads and spear heads. They were quite fun. And we're at this grave where we are sitting on this stone that has a human on it and a cross behind him, so it could resemble Jesus.
I love history, any history, from Stone Age, Victorians, any history you can throw at me. I like today because we got to learn about different stuff in the Vikings. Vikings is a fun history to learn.
Hello everyone, welcome to this week's Creative Printmaking Challenge with Stove Network. We're inviting you to experiment with printmaking at home and hope this is something that everyone can get involved with, whether you've got kids at home or you're looking for something to kickstart your own creativity. This video is for creating a collagraph print. So this is a flexible printing process using a textured plate. So you can experiment with materials you can find around your house or in your garden to build up textures and patterns. These are the materials you will need. If you don't have anything at home, try and substitute it for something else you can find lying around. Okay, so I'm going to start this off by cutting out a solid piece of card for my base. This is going to be the plate that I'm going to build on. So I'm just using some cardboard from the recycling, and then I'm going to start cutting out some shapes that are going to help build up the different textures for my collagraph. Here I've got some fruit netting that I found in the fruit bowl. To inspire your printmaking, we'd like you to think about where are the secret spaces in your life now. From the back garden to a blanket fort, a quiet local walking route to your bedroom, we'd love this to inspire the prints that you make. Things that you should be thinking about are what's in your space, what objects are there, what colours are there, what textures and materials can you find there, and hopefully this will inspire you to get started. So once you've got your pattern all laid out, you are going to want to stick it all down, and then we're going to apply a varnish layer onto the top. So this is going to help the plate survive a couple of inkings so that you can wipe the ink off and repaint it. I've done this with PVA, but you could also use varnish if you've got some at home. And then you have to leave it somewhere to dry. Okay, this should be your plate once it's had time to dry, and now we're going to apply the paint. So I'm just using paints that I've got at home, so have a look around, see what you can find, and begin to layer it onto your plate. Okay, so once you've got your plate successfully inked up, you're going to take a layer of paper and lay it clean side up, hopefully, and get your plate nice and square in the middle of your paper. There you go. And then I'm going to use a spoon because I don't have a roller, but if you had a printmaking roller, you could definitely use that instead. You could maybe use a small glass bottle as a roller. But a spoon seems to work quite well, and you just want to make sure you get all over the whole of your plate and cover all the corners before you peel it off. So there you have it. We'd love to see what printmaking activities you get up to at home. Maybe you can improve on our ideas so far, but if you could please share your designs with us, you can drop them an email to katie@thestove.org or share them on social media and use our hashtag #HomegrownDumfries.
Hi Dumfries Environment Fair, I hope you're all safe and well. I'm going to speak to you a little bit about the Stove Network's annual river festival, Nithraid. Nithraid Festival started 8 years ago as a way to celebrate the relationship between the River Nith and its surrounding communities. It started out just as a sailing race from Carthorne up to the banks of Dumfries town centre and has developed into a procession, an activity village, a platform for artists to showcase their work, including a stage for young musicians, as well as the combination of a sailboat race and coastal rowing. We always base our activities around upcycling, education and environment as much as possible, and the art installations and commissions are representative of a much larger overarching theme of that year. In the past we have looked at history, international relationships, and this year in particularly we are looking at the theme of wildlife. Owing to the current circumstances presented by COVID-19, we have taken the decision to cancel the river race and single day festival celebration at the Mill Green, and have redesigned this year's Nithraid as an extended celebration of the river, its communities and wildlife to take place online across the months of July through to September. Nithraid 2020 became an online resource for all communities to access, contribute towards, to share, learn and create. Through its tributaries, the River Nith is something that joins us all in Nithsdale, and this year's Nithraid Festival will celebrate and explore our towns and villages' long relationship with its river and its importance to the people and communities in the past, present and future. We will be kick-starting the programme with our project Source to Sea, a journey on the Nith beginning in the Lowther Hills and following its route through the Solway coast, with regular stops along the way to spotlight and celebrate the towns, villages and community activity that surrounds the Nith. We will be exploring, learning and sharing about local heritage, wildlife and conservation and community groups, art and literature or songs that have been inspired by the Nith and its communities. We will be combining this with our summer programme where we will be running activities and content to help create opportunities to engage, share and participate in. So that will include education, craft making, environmentally friendly ones, storytelling, history and heritage, health and wellbeing and music. We will share information on our website and social media platform to celebrate the wonderful Nith. If you have any fun facts, stories or projects associated with the river, wildlife and communities it connects, please get in touch with me. Take care.
Hello Environment Fair! Here at the Stove we've been learning how to adapt our ways of working and our programme of activity in response to the current pandemic. In this time of social distancing, the Stove's field of operation for community, creativity, care and gathering within spaces both shared and public has been radically altered. In response, we've moved some of our programming online. You can find our monthly open mic night Brave New Words on Facebook on the last Friday of the month, and our monthly film night Reel to Reel Cinema continuing on the second Friday of the month via online platforms and discussion forums. We are reimagining Nithraid from a one-day event to a 3-month programme available digitally. Alongside this, we've been developing a new project, Homegrown. Homegrown is a series of creative challenges, collaborations, conversations, activity and artwork in a time of social isolation. A new programme looks to connect one another through the internet, building and maintaining resilience as well as building hope and strategies for change as we begin to consider how we will be able to work, explore and imagine together. Every week as part of Homegrown we are releasing a new creative challenge that anyone can take part in, building up a collection of activities you can dip in and out of as you need. These are designed to be open to a wide audience, from artists to families. Whether you need something to busy your kids with or would like to give yourself a little creative headspace, we hope that these will be an inspiration to help you along. Our first challenge was to create a memory jar inspired by current events. This one was created by Stove member Owen McCall and is called Creach, the tree. We've also had a Nith time-lapse challenge, inviting anyone within walking distance of the Nith or its tributaries to take a daily picture to mark the passing of lockdown. The mirror image challenge is to create 12 small images. You could draw, take photographs, make a model, and send these to be played through Mark Zagadlo's Praxinoscope animation machine. We invite you to share with us how you get on with the challenges, and these are all being added to the website regularly. Our latest challenge is for printmaking. We've got 2 different processes you can have a shot at, hopefully using materials and things that you might have lying around at home. A Alongside the creative challenges, we have opened up a call for micro-commissions from Stove members, and artists have been making their own creative responses to the current crisis. Stove membership is open to anyone, and the call for micro-commissions is still open, so if you're interested in taking part, get in touch. Artist Simon Lidwell created a mindfulness guide based on the beautiful reflections on the River Neth, which you can view in full on our website. The Lockdown Collective, comprising of Joanne, Luke and John Mackay, all based in Penpont, created a film poem called The Dog Girl. Here's a short extract.
The Dog Girl. The family was all about animals. Horseradish and sharp mint sauce, beef cattle, fat lambs, large whites, those soft speciality Nubian goats, the dead pharaoh's headdress ears. Sometimes horses. She'd had a horse phase, but it did not last, for she was the dog girl, who walked the collies and cattle dogs as if pets who slept in worn wicker baskets by an aga, after long walks and lolling.
And Helen Walsh has created a series called Feathers of Hope, representing a different hope for the society we're going to create when this crisis has passed. We have loads more available online and are adding to the Homegrown project every week. We'd love to have your ideas, thoughts and creativity, so please pop over and visit us virtually at www.thestove.org/homegrown or find us on Facebook, Twitter or Instagram.
Hi, I'm Tom Henry. I'm a countryside ranger with Dumfries and Galloway Council. I'm responsible for the Southern Upland Way. The Southern Upland Way is a 212-mile coast-to-coast path across South Scotland, and a lot of it is very remote. In the middle of one of the remote sections, you come across this. This is one of the striding arches, which are one of the most impressive features on the route. You come across the first one at the top of Benbrack, and from there you have clear views to the other two arches. Now, not all of us can get up to the striding arches at the best of times, and at the moment, none of us can get out to the striding arches. So I thought I'd have a go at building my own mini striding arch in my garden. And it would be really good if you guys wanted to have a go as well. So in order to do this, you need some mud and some stones. Now, the real striding arches don't have any form of cement in between the stones. They're just stones that are very carefully balanced. It's incredibly difficult to do, and they're very carefully cut to make sure they fit in place. I can't do that, so I'm going to use a bit of mud to make mine stick together. To mix the mud, you just need some water from a watering can and some soil. You do need to be careful that there's no rubbish, glass or anything else in the soil that you use. Ideally you want to use a sticky clay soil, but any soil ought to work just fine. So you pour the water in, you mix it around with your spade, and then grab a big handful of it, mix it up, squash it into a ball, and you're ready to start building your arch. You need to have one big round stone to go in the middle of your arch. This is going to hold up your arch whilst you build it. The real striding arches had wooden structures built in the middle whilst they were being built, so we're just going to use a stone to do the same job. You then need to get two flat stones that are going to go either side of the large stone in the middle, and these are going to form as the bases for the arch. So they need to be a little bit bigger than the other stones you're going to use. The rest of the stones you're going to use can be any stones, but the flatter they are, the better. They really need to be able to stack on top of one another in order to create the arch shape. And all we're going to do is we're going to get a bit of the mud, we're going to squash it onto both sides of the stone and place it onto one of the bases. And then we get another stone. We again squash some mud onto either side and squash it against the first one. It's best to work from both sides towards the middle, and eventually we will have an arch going all the way over our large stone. You can see that some of the stones that I'm using are actually not entirely flat. They've got a sort of wedge shape to them. This is absolutely ideal. I've just been lucky enough to find some that are this shape in my garden. So when you've got to this point and you've completed your arch, you've put that final stone in and managed to persuade it to fit in, squashed it all together, you then have the really tricky bit. You've got to remove the big round stone that goes in the middle. Now it makes a lot of sense to try and support your arch with your other hand whilst you remove the stone from the middle. And once that stone is out, try and very carefully make sure that your arch is going to stand up before you let go. This is where it collapses. I've had a few of these collapse when I've been building them, but if you're careful, you should be able to take your hands away and you will have your freestanding arch. So I hope you've enjoyed building a mini striding arch, and I hope that at some point in the near future we will all be able to get out onto the Southern Upland Way and go and visit the real striding arches.
We've got a challenge for you. This is not a stick, it's a flute. What can you make it into?
This isn't a stick, this is a sword.
This is not a stick, this is my conductor's baton for directing the beautiful bird song I hear every day.
This isn't a stick, they're chopsticks.
This is not a stick. This is a space rocket. Zoom, 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 zoom.
This isn't a stick, it's a wand, abracadabra.
This isn't a stick, this is a lightsaber.
Ooh, Bello.
House.
House.
I've got a stick and it's my dog's favourite toy.
This isn't a stick, this is a microphone.
This is not a stick, it's a walking stick.
This isn't a stick, it's a spoon.
That's not a stick, this is a walrus.
This is not a stick, it's a rhino horn.
This is not a stick, this is a ninja sword. This isn't a stick, this is a knight spear. Oh. This isn't a stick, this is a lightsaber.
This isn't a stick, it's my pipe.
isn't a stick, it's a pencil.
This isn't a stick, it's my other drumstick.
This is not a stick, it's a magic pencil. This is not a stick, this is a flower.
This is not a stick, this is a hobby horse. Yee-haw!
This is not a stick. It's a bowl.
This is not a stick. It's a cuckoo scallop shell.
This is not a stick. It's a bone. And I'm going to fire it.
This isn't a stick, this is a guitar. Ding 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 ding. This isn't a stick, this is a magic wand. This isn't a stick, it's a hobby horse.
It's not a stick, it's an ice cream cone.
This is not a stick, it's an elephant.
Hello and welcome back. Okay, this is the final section of our virtual environment fair. I hope you've really enjoyed it. It's been fantastic watching all these comments, so please keep them coming. Okay, so the final section is all about wildlife on your doorstep. Now, it just doesn't mean on your doorstep, it means in the back gardens, it also means in parks. Okay, so we're going to be finding out how to make fat ball feeders from Kirsty. And then Valerie will take us a walk in her wildlife garden. Now, it's tremendous. Well, we're going to join Beth and Ali on a wild wander to Castledykes Park. And then we'll receive an update from Joe from the WWT in Calabric. Again, he says he's the only one working there, so it'd be good to hear how that's all getting along during COVID. Okay, so, and we get Amy and River doing some nature craft, and then Alexander's going to take us through a little mini beast home experiment. So lots and lots of things to watch, lots of things to replicate when we can get out and about. So really hope you enjoyed the day so far. This is the last section, and keep the comments coming. Thank you.
Hi everybody, I'm going to show you today how to make some bird food. I'm going to try and show you how to do it 3 different ways. So what you'll need to do it is obviously some lard. If you can get lard without palm oil, brilliant. If not, don't worry. My friend Jack here is going to help me today. You obviously need some bird seed, and what else we're going to do is we're going to need some pine cones. If you haven't got pine cones, don't worry, because we can always use them in the autumn when obviously you find more of them. So the first one I'm going to show you is how to make a fat ball. Obviously lard is going to get messy, it is going to get on your hands, so I recommend having a warm bowl of hot water by the side of you to wash your hands with afterwards. So to start with, we're going to cut the block of lard. So just open it up. My friend Jack here is really interested in lard. He's never really seen it before and he thinks it's tasty. Obviously, if you have got pets around, I wouldn't recommend letting them have the fat balls. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut a bit of the lard.
So if you can cut the block into a nice little square, and then this is the messy bit, which everybody always loves. You're going to squash it in your hands and make it really nice and soft. You are. So it goes all gooey and it breaks up. And then what we're going to do is we're going to roll it around in the seeds. So try and cover the whole bit of lard in the seeds and get as many seeds on it as possible. If you do have lard on your hands will be lovely and soft after this, by the way, so do not worry. So, and then if you make it into a nice circle shape, you have a nice fat ball. Now you leave it to dry because it needs to harden, and then what you can do is tie a rope around it afterwards. But I would leave it to dry, maybe put it in the fridge in a box. The other way I'm going to show you is with the pine cone. Now if you get a pine cone, usually they are all kind of clumped together. If you put it on a radiator, it will open out overnight, so you get all these nice little gaps. So with another bit of lard, if you squash it again, and now you're going to get very messy. If you squash it again, and this time, if you roll it in some of the seeds, not all the seeds, so don't cover it all, just some of it. And then what we're going to do is press it onto the pine cone and cover the pine cone in the lard. And this will get the birds' beaks going in between all the different nooks and crannies of the pine cone, which will be brilliant for them. And then you can always cover it afterwards with a bit more seed. Make sure you just smother it in the lard. And then the same thing applies again. Once you let it dry, so the lard hardens, you can tie a bit of string around it and then hang it in a tree and see who goes for it. There you go. Now, I'm just going to quickly dip my hands in my hot water and wash them, because I don't want any seeds on this next bit. So I'll just dry my hands. So this next bit is really, really good for younger children, because I know how much they love to go and find worms. So this next bit, if you get another bit of lard, you can have a competition on who can make the longest worm. So I'm sure all the children know how to make worms, because you roll it out. So, but the only problem with lard is obviously it melts, so you kind of have to mould it. So there's my worm. My worm's not very good. I'm not very good at making worms. There's my worm. And if you want, you can decorate it with some of the seeds. So there you go. So I'm putting like some hair on top of my worm. And then if you, again, leave it to dry. These are great for bird tables. If you've got a bird table or somewhere you put bird food, these are great. There you go. So we have 3 different kinds of bird food made today. So I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you go away and try it and have fun.
Hi, I'm Valerie and welcome to my wildlife garden. I'm an artist and illustrator, so I use wildlife as inspiration for my posters and other educational items. I'm currently working on butterflies to make a new butterfly poster. You'll notice my garden is full of wildflowers. I've got bluebells in my lawn. There's other wildflowers in our garden, some of which are planted, but others that appear naturally. Things like the red campions here. There's lots of things you can do to attract the birds in the garden. Obviously feeding them. I tend to use fat balls, sunflower hearts and Niger seed. The more variety of food you put out, the more variety of birds you're going to get. Another thing you can do, this is an old fat ball feeder that I filled with sheep's wool and a bit of dried grass and feathers. This helps the birds out with their nesting material. You can also put out a variety of bird boxes to attract different birds. We try not to be too tidy, so we've left the dandelions and daisies to grow. We've also got bugle coming up. All of these things are liked by all the wildlife. I was watching the bullfinches earlier feed on the dandelions and daisies. There's lots of things you can do to help you study the small creatures in your garden. This is an old garden sieve and a white bowl. If you put the sieve over the bowl, get yourself some leaf litter, some dry grass, anything like that. Shake it over your bowl and then have a look to see what you can see. We've got a tiny spider there and lots of other little tiny creatures. In this corner of the garden we've planted lots of crabapple trees, hawthorn and other trees to attract the wildlife. We've also got our willow den here, which the birds love, and the dry stone wall here, which we often find lizards and voles and other small creatures use it to hide in. We've planted lots of wildflowers and fruit trees, and we've got a lovely native hedge we planted about 10 years ago. We've got field maple, hawthorn, we've got blackthorn here, but we've also got hazel. It's now grown lovely and thick, so we get birds nesting in it. It's really lovely. If you've got an offcut of something like corrugated iron, put it in a quiet corner of your garden, and then every now and again gently lift it to see if you've got anything living underneath it. Nothing today, but quite often there's a big toad under there. But we've got holes here where the voles go. One day I'll find a slow worm under there too. Another thing you can do is create a pitfall trap. You can use something like a flower pot, but I'm using a slug trap. I don't use it for slugs, but these are good because they've got a lid too. What you do is you make a hole and bury it so that the rim is at ground level, so that the creatures fall in and you can see what you've got. Let's have a look, see what we've got in here. Ooh. As you can see, I take these bits and pieces out. We've got a spider, oh, and a click beetle, and another beetle here. You see that? Can you see it? Watch the click beetle. They use quite a bit of force to jump up in the air. So there we are. That's not been there very long, and already I've caught a few things. If you are going to do this, make sure you check them regularly and don't leave them to fill up with water so that your creatures drown. I'm going to let all these go now. This is our cherry tree, which has just finished blooming. But we've got a feeding station on it. We've got more nesting wool for the birds. There's some Niger seed there, and also some water there for them to drink. During dry periods like this, it's important to put water out for the birds. And also, think about the swallows that are now nesting. If you've got a bit of earth that's bare, add some water and give them some mud to help them to nest. This is my herbaceous border. Not much out at the moment, but I've tried to plant it with bees and butterflies in mind. So we've got things like the centura here, which they love. I've also got bee boxes, ladybirds and other insect boxes to help give them somewhere to hide. We're lucky here to have lots of bats. If you come out at dusk, you see lots flying out. So we've given them somewhere to roost. We put up a nice big bat box. It's often difficult to know whether or not your bat box is being used, but if you look really closely, you can see. If you focus down here and look very carefully, you can see underneath the bat box we have lots of droppings here, which shows that we have actually got bats in our bat box. Here I've made a bug hotel. It's not quite finished, it needs some more tubes in it, but it's a start. But if you haven't got the materials to make one, or you're not inclined to do so, you can also get pre-made ones. This one's just got tube that's ideal for leaf cutter bees and things like that. This is our woodland path, leads to our wildlife pond. We created this pond about 8 to 10 years ago and planted it with native plants to attract wildlife. If you're going to have a wildlife pond, forget about fish, plant native plants and the wildlife will come naturally. As you can see, we've got some beautiful bog bean here. We did a bit of pond dipping earlier to see what we could find, and this is what we've got. If you look closely, you will see we have a couple of newts here. I think they're both palmate newts. I think that's probably a female there. Looks a bit plump. And this one, you can see its back feet are webbed and it's got a filament at the end of its tail. That tells us it's a male palmate newt. We've also got pond snails, ordinary pond snails, and we've got a ram's horn snail here too. There are also some other small creatures here. Here we have a newt pole. If you look closely you can see its gills. There's also other small creatures. We've got beetles. We also tend to get dragonfly larvae and damselfly larvae, great diving beetles and other things. But there's also lots of little small creatures like water fleas, and there's some tiny little worms in here I saw earlier. There's one there. But lots of things. There's a freshwater shrimp.
Hello, my name is Faye. And I'm Ali. And we're going to tell you about our favourite place to go during lockdown, Castledykes Park. During lockdown we have missed going to our favourite places like Dalswinton, Threave and Calaverick. But we're lucky to have so many beautiful places on our doorstep. Come on, let's go to Castledykes. And you join me and Robert the Bruce here in Castledykes Park. There are lots and lots of trees. Lots. And lots. And lots. It's great for playing hide and seek. It certainly is. Castledykes are great for cycling. You can learn about local history. As the name suggests, there was a castle here. In 1306, Dumfries Castle witnessed the start of Robert the Bruce's rebellion that led to Scotland's independence. In March, the hill is covered in daffodils. Today, it's covered in beautiful bluebells. The park is full of birdsong. Today, we're trying to find the woodpecker. Last but not least, it has loads of sticks, which is good for sword fighting. Phew, what a lot of things to do, and only 5 minutes away. Hope you can join us on our next wild wander. Bye! Bye!
We have a corner of our garden that we have left to go wild because we know that it's good for the flying insects and creepy crawlies that are visiting most gardens, and it's also good for the small mammals that are in a lot of gardens. The log pile over to the right there, we know that there are mice that visit, and there are lots of little holes where they've been burrowing and sheltering in this wild bit of our garden. It's visited by butterflies. We had quite a few here earlier on in the day. It's visited by bumblebees. You might be able to see and hear them at the moment. And they come because of the flowers. We've got lots of dandelions that I don't normally like in the rest of my garden, but I'm quite happy to see them here because I know how good they are for the flying insects and the pollinators, and the nectar and the pollen that they provide. We've also got the blue forget-me-nots, and we've got the pink flowers over there called red campion. So, saying it's wild, but I have been looking after it. I've added plants that I know would benefit the wildlife. So you can see we've got the beginnings of quite a lot of foxgloves, and some feverfew, that sort of feathery looking plant there, comes up with lovely white flowers that the insects like. And I've scraped back some of the grass so that I can add some more seeds, wildflower seeds, later on today. So I feel very lucky to have such a big space in my garden that I can allow to go wild. But we don't always have that much space. And in the past I have made little nature reserves in window boxes, in pallets that have been turned over, and sometimes even in compost bags. So I wanted to show you how you could create your own wild garden in a compost bag. This is a bag of compost that I put lots of slits in the bottom of before I turned it over and cut the top off. It's compost, it's not a grow bag. Grow bags have extra plant food added to them, and that makes it too rich for wildflowers. What it does have at the moment is some sticks and logs with bark on, and that will attract beetles that like to eat underneath the bark. They don't like bare wood, but they're very happy to nibble away at little log piles with lots of bark on. We've got a watering station for flying insects. My friend painted and drew with marker pens on some stones, some flowers. You can see a love heart, a nice swirly design, ladybirds, and I believe she's made butterfly and bee stones for me as well. The drinking station is important because it gives the flying insects a resting place where they're not going to get into trouble while they're drinking the water. They can stay out of the water, stand on the stones or rest on the stones and drink the water. I've also added some stones and rocks. There are lots of different sizes. The stones and rocks are really good for creatures like slaters, and earlier on there were slaters hiding underneath, and of course when I turned over the stone they all scuttled off to find somewhere dark and damp to stay safe until I'd gone away. What's missing is plant life, so I brought along some wildflower seeds. I've tipped them out onto a piece of paper there so that you can see that they are lots of different shapes and sizes, and all you need to do with those is to take a pinch and sprinkle it on the surface of your compost and then cover it over. You don't plant them deep, they're just covered over slightly by the compost or the soil that you're using. Of course you need to water them in but very gently with a gentle sprinkle of water, and make sure that you keep watering regularly and you don't let the compost or the soil dry out. So in a few weeks' time I expect to see the wildflowers starting to come through. I expect to see wildlife visiting this little nature reserve very soon, and why don't you have a go at making your own wildlife park in a corner of your garden?
Hi everyone, my name's Joe. I'm the reserve manager here at WWT Calaverock, and I'm one of the few staff that has stayed on site recently, keeping the essential duties going during this lockdown, while sadly we've been closed to visitors. Now it's a real shame that we can't be with you in person for the Environment Fair this year, but I just wanted to share a few things that have been going on here and some things you can do at home to keep yourselves engaged with nature and wildlife. Now many of the wintering birds that we see here, the barnacle geese, the hooper swans and many more, they've left, they've headed back up to the Arctic to breed. But we've now seen the summer visitors arriving, swallows, house martins, lots of warblers coming on site. I can hear some of them around me at the moment. And they're all frantically building nests, feeding young and getting down to breeding. Now if you're stuck at home, I know that can be a really difficult time for many of you. But getting out into nature can be really soothing, particularly getting out into wetlands. Although you can't visit us here at the moment, hopefully there are some wetlands near to your homes that you can go out to during your daily exercise. Just being next to water can be hugely soothing in a difficult time. Now we do have some resources on our website to help families at the moment. So if you've got children, then get onto our website at www.wwt.org.uk, look in the Discover section and the Family Learning link. And in there you'll find specially planned learning sessions that you can do with your children at home. We provide all the resources, and it's especially designed to help parents deliver these sessions with their children. So get online and check it out. You can learn all about habitats, food cycles, how to build a pond in your garden. And it doesn't matter how big that pond is. Any size of pond will attract wetland wildlife. And I think you'd be amazed at how quickly wetland wildlife will find it. So if you've got young children, get online and check it out. You'll also find the links on our social media, on Facebook, on Twitter and on Instagram. We're releasing new learning sessions every week, coming out on a Monday, but there's 3 already available online on the website. Now I can hear lots of wetland wildlife around me at the moment. I can hear sedge warbler singing, there's a willow warbler just singing at the moment. I can also hear some tree sparrows which are nesting in the boxes just over to my right. And all of this wetland wildlife will be here when we can reopen to the public. And we're working really hard to make sure that can happen as soon as possible, as soon as the government restrictions are lifted. So hopefully we will be able to welcome you back very soon. Things may be a little bit different to what you're used to, but we will be able to get you back on site and enjoying our fantastic wetland wildlife. So keep an eye on our website, on our social media, and we'll let you know as soon as you're able to come and visit us again. I'd just like to say a huge thank you to our members who continue to support us at this very difficult time. It means so much to us, and we're looking forward to seeing you once again. Thank you.
Hello, it's Amy and River from Babes in the Woods, and we're showing you how to do a little activity, a little nature craft, and it's a really simple one. you just get a basket and then you let your child explore and pick stuff to put into the basket. And this part is really good because we get to spend time together, we get to look at different plants together. We can talk about things like what kind of plants can we pick, and the whole picking a few of when there's plenty and then picking none if there's not a lot. And we can talk about like how bees really enjoy the plants, so we've got to leave some for them. And we can also talk about poisonous plants and how we don't pick them.
Strawberry plants. We already know what these are called.
Strawberry plants, yeah. So it's really good because they get to be able to identify the different plants. Yeah, go on, you can pick one strawberry plant. Because we've got tons of strawberry plants, haven't we? Yeah.
I found a daisy.
A daisy! We found a little cluster of daisies in our garden. Wow. Right. So should we explain what we're doing next? How do we make a nature plate? Do you remember?
Get your glue.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's stuck.
Let me pass it here. Now.
I'm putting
You get it on your fingers. Just putting the glue onto the plate, and then we're sticking the things that we found down.
And some
So this is good for any age. It's really good for toddlers because they can just stick on however they want, and even babies can have a go at this. But it can also be good for as children get older. They might want to make stuff out of the flowers and stuff and make more detailed pictures and things. So yeah, it's an all-age activity, and that's how it is, and it's absolutely beautiful, River. Do you want to say bye-bye to everybody?
Bye-bye.
Have a good day.
Have a good day. Hello everyone. We're going to show an experiment what we started 2 weeks ago.
We set out 4 different items in our garden for mini bees to hide under, and we're going to check to see which ones they preferred. What were the different 4 things that we put out, Alexander? You've forgotten. Okay. There was wood, brick, slate and plastic. So let's have a look underneath them and see what we find. We put the 4 different materials underneath the plum tree in the same area, so you can see the wood, brick, slate, and there's a plastic lid through there as well with a couple of stones on it. So they are in the same shading, same amount of sunshine, and the same type of substrate that they're on. They're on a kind of wood chip flooring. So this makes the experiment a little bit more comparable between the 4 different materials. Go on then. What do we see?
There's millions of wood lice.
Millions of them? How many?
I don't know.
Can you count?
No, I don't want to.
Oh.
We'll put it back down.
Lots of slaters under there. What about under the brick? One slater.
And some other ones on the brick.
What's this? Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Just some on the brick.
Yep.
Now there'll definitely be slaters on the slates.
Let's see.
So on the one slate,
oh.
There is 1 slater and 2 slaters.
Can you lift up the others?
Okay.
Shall I help you? Oh.
Hold it up.
What's under there?
So 1 slater. Just 1 slater.
Just 1 slater?
I think so, or 0 slater.
Okay. And then what about under the plastic? Can you see the plastic hiding in there? Yeah, it's under that.
Slaters.
Was it slaters? I can't see.
There is.
How many?
There's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, great. We'll need to actually count the ones under this wood. Try this one again.
No thanks. Mum, you better count them.
Okay, move back. I can't see. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Look at them all. Wow. So,
Can I put it back down, okay?
Right, we're going to have a look and see if we can catch any of the creatures under these slates that we came across. Go. It's not in focus. There we go. So there's our wee slater, one of them. So this was under the slates. We came across, it's not focusing. It was focusing. We came across, I think there were 6 under the slates that we counted. Oh, look, there's a beetle. There's a ground beetle.
Can we see it?
Yeah, so the ground beetle, can we see it in there? Is it focusing? No. Don't zoom. Oh, there we go. Perfect. The ground beetle, the black beetle there we can see, is a little bit like a lion on the savannah. It can run quite fast to catch its prey. It's a carnivore. Oh, careful little slater. Both of them are feeling a bit stressed at the moment, so they're not likely to eat each other. Slaters are detritivores, which means they like to eat all the dead plants on the woodland floor, and that's probably why we found most of them underneath the log. Keep your camera still, that's it. So that little black beetle, there were 2 of them actually underneath there. The ground beetle.
I'm going to take it.
Yeah, we're going to put it back. We'll see it scampering away, scurrying away. We put them down. You come down.
Oh,
that's it.
I can't see them.
Oh, there we go. There's the black beetle going away.
Get Slater come back up. Can you see it, Mum, still?
Yeah, let's see. What else can we find underneath this log?
I'm going.
Are you getting sore legs, Alexander?
Yeah.
Oh, look, there's a tiny little slug. I don't know whether you can see that. It's probably not going to focus. But it's a little tiny baby, I don't know, maybe a leopard slug actually. I'm not up on my slug ID. There's about 25 different species in Britain. And this one's stripy and spotty. And I think leopard slugs are supposed to be only spotty. But it's a nice little slug, that one. Oh, there we go. It's opening up its antennae. There. Oh, off we go. Sorry, I was trying to have a look at it there. Oh, it has gone out. Focus again. Here. Now, can we see its breathing hole? I can. There, you can see it, look. It's about... It's very difficult to... Focus again, little thing. Camera, there we go. It's about a third of the way along its body from its head, and it's the breathing hole by which it's a hole in its body basically by which it breathes. Focus again, please. I'll put it down. Off you go then. Now, anything else under here? I think all the slaters have scampered off. Quickly. Right, we'll put that down. Cover them all back over again. Right, so the results of our experiment are...
The wood had 14 slaters under it, Mum.
Yeah, 14 slaters under the wood. We had 6 slaters under the brick, 8 under the slates and 2 under the plastic. So the conclusion is, what's best for wood lice? Slaters, Alexander, what do you think?
Wood.
The wood was best for slaters. And we also found a slug under the wood. But we also, underneath the slates, we found 2 black ground beetles. So, and a centipede that scampered off before we could even film it. So there were other useful, well, the slates were also useful for other mini beasts too. Thank you very much for watching our wee film. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope maybe you can do a mini beast experiment too in your garden. Put out some homes for them and see what you can find. Okay, bye!
Bye!
Hello everyone, it's been nice to see you at the Dumfries and Galloway Environmental Fair all day. My name is Renita Boyle, for those of you who don't know me, and tonight we're going to have a wee tuck-in tale. And just before we start, if you want more tuck-in tales, you can go to my YouTube channel Made for Kids, and a week on Thursday, there'll be one every week. But for tonight, we're going to sing a wee song, and maybe you would like to learn it with me. In and out of the dusky bluebells, in and out of the dusky bluebells, in and out of the dusky bluebells, run, little hare, run. Can you sing that with me? In and out of the dusky bluebells, in and out of the dusky bluebells, in and out of the dusky bluebells, run, little hare, run. Then we're going to go ziggity zag, oh watch her run, ziggity zag, oh watch her run, ziggity zag, oh watch her run, through the dusky bluebells. We go faster. In and out of the dusky bluebells, in and out the dusky bluebells, in and out of the dusky bluebells, run, little hare, run. Ooh, a ziggity zag, oh, watch her run, ziggity zag, oh, watch her run, ziggity zag, oh, watch her run, through the dusky bluebells. I wonder if you've guessed what our story might be tonight. It's a story about my friend Hare. One little hare peeking through the grass, and when she sees me, she runs really fast. Tonight's story is called The Moon, the Hare, and Me by me, Renita Boyle. Under the moon, full and bright, glowing in the velvet night, on the moor near the hedge where little birds fledge, Hare lies stretched on the ground, alert to every smell and sound. Tucked into the damp earth untamed, in swirl of bluebell, moss, and rain, brown fur, long ears, and twitchy nose. There on the hill, Hare lies so still until, can you put your ears up? Her ears are up, her eyes are wide. Oh, little Hare, what do you see? I can see fox, says Hare. But can fox see me? Fox slides by. Hare has not been spied. And there on the hill, Hare lies so still until her ears are up, her eyes are wide. Oh, little Hare, what do you see? I can see a stoat, says Hare. But can stoat see me? Stoat slinks by. Hare has not been spied. And there on the hill, Hare lies so still until, are you ready? Her ears are up, her eyes are wide. Oh, little Hare, what do you see? I can see snake, says Hare. But can snake see me? Snake slithers by. Hare has not been spied. And there, on the hill, Hare lies so still until her ears are up, her eyes are wide. Oh, little Hare, what do you see? I can see a hawk, says Hare. But can the hawk see me? Hawk hovers by. Hare has not been spied. And there on the hill, Hare lies so still until her ears are up, her eyes are wide. Oh, little Hare, what do you see? I can see you, says Hare. But can you see me? Oh, you were very good at being little hares. We'll sing a wee song to finish. Oh, the bluebells upon their slender stalks, a lovely sea of blue on my woodland walk. Lift up your voice and let them hear you sing. If you listen closely, you may hear them ring. Should we try it again? Oh, the bluebells upon their slender stalks, a lovely sea of blue on my woodland walk. Lift up your voice and let you hear them sing. If you listen closely, you may hear them ring. We put our hands together. This is how we start. We curl our fingers right around and make a loving heart. Good night, everyone. Goodbye.
We've got a challenge for you. This is not a stick, it's a flute. What can you make it into?
This isn't a stick, this is a sword.
This is not a stick, this is my conductor's baton for directing the beautiful bird song I hear every day.
This isn't a stick, they're chopsticks.
This is not a stick. This is a space rocket.
Zoom, 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 zoom. This isn't a stick, it's a wand, abracadabra.
This isn't a stick, this is a lightsaber.
Ooh, Bello.
House.
Oos.
I've got a stick and it's my dog's favourite toy.
This isn't a stick, this is a microphone.
This is not a stick, it's a walking stick.
This isn't a stick, it's a spoon.
That's not a stick, this is a walrus.
This is not a stick, it's a rhino horn.
This is not a stick, this is a ninja sword. This isn't a stick, this is a knight spear. Oh. This isn't a stick, this is a lightsaber.
This isn't a stick, it's my pipe.
This isn't a stick, it's a pencil.
This isn't a stick, it's my other drumstick.
This is not a stick, it's a magic pencil. This is not a stick, this is a flower.
This is not a stick, this is a hobby horse. Yee-hee-haw!
This is not a stick. It's a bowl.
This is not a stick, it's a cuckoo scallop shell.
This is not a stick, it's a bone. And I'm gonna fire it.
This isn't a stick, this is a guitar. Ding 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 ding. This isn't a stick, this is a magic wand. This isn't a stick, it's a hobby horse.
not a stick, it's an ice cream cone.
This is not a stick, it's an elephant.
So, thank you everyone who's been here today. It has been an absolutely amazing environment fair and one of the best. People attending, lots of comments, lots of people sharing things. We had our videos from everybody across Dumfries and Galloway coming in. I really hope you've enjoyed it. I have to say a big thank you to everyone who provided videos, whether they were for our stick pass it on or whether they were for the live stream. The Zoom meetings have been fantastic. Our webinars there have been great. So a big thank you to Tom. Give us a wave, Tom, from the Southern Upland Way Rangers. And he's been doing all the technical stuff and making sure that things have been working. Big thank you to Simon as well for all the behind scenes things that that you're doing and the videos that you've done too. And a big thank you to all the team who you haven't seen but have been answering your comments on Facebook, on the Twitter, on the emails, everything like that. And I think we should all give ourselves a big round of applause and say goodbye for just, I've been amazed what has happened. It worked. It's happened. It was a small idea and we just somehow have managed to make this day out of it. So thank you every single one of you who've been here, every single one of you who've taken part, and everyone who has contributed in any way whatsoever. So thank you and goodbye from our first virtual environment fair.
Bye.
Right.